house rules to be taken out of the way. Cell phones, mobile phones, smartphones, I don't know what to call them, but let them not be smarter than you. Please switch them off or keep them on silence when you are in here. There are people who have their cell phones on and the volume is up, all right? And when it is you're next to a deaf person, you'll be taking away the attention of the deaf person because they'll be looking at the video that you're watching and not paying attention. So we ask people to please switch them off or don't use them when you are in the room. I hope I'm not offending anyone. And communication is number one for us. The next announcement, communication is important for us. We have interpreters here. South Africans, delegates, they're the hosts. The numbers are big. They have their own national South African Sign Language interpreters here. We may have countries that have brought their own interpreters. Find where they are or let them find you. Then we have international signs, not sign language, international signs, so that people who have come from countries without interpreters, they can watch the international signs and understand the information here clearly, so that you don't go away and you say interpretation was not good. So if you have a problem, please come to me quietly and tell me I'm not understanding, and we'll see how we can fix it. To my left, we have IS. So be sure you know where you are watching. And to my right, we have South African Sign Language, the beautiful country of Mariba, all right? And I think that's it. That's it. Then at the back, we have spoken language, French into English. So those of us who do not understand, for example, I'm speaking in English now, you don't understand it, please take a headphone, I don't know what they call them, so that you can be switching. You can be switching and listening to the information in the language that you prefer. Okay, that out of the way, let us kick the day off. We've run late 38 minutes, and we're going to try to catch up with it. My name is Akach, so we'll catch up with the day. I'll try to do that. Okay, so first up, our presenter is Dr. Fellinger. Dr. Fellinger is a medical doctor, but he branched out to study neurology. It's a difficult word, but let's not dwell on that. He branched out to find out how the deaf people are affected in their communication, how the deaf people's mental health is important. He has a wide knowledge of experiences dealing with this. He has presented at very many conferences, but most importantly for us, he has presented at the World Federation of the Deaf. So what a great honor, World Federation of the Deaf. We are DEAFNET Africa. So a big guy has come down to us with a massive knowledge of what he has been doing over the years. He was not able to come. Sends his apologies, but he has sent himself on the net. So we are going to watch him, and we'll not be able to greet him by hand, but we'll greet him on the screen. So now, ladies and gentlemen, let us sit back, relax, and watch this video sent to us by Dr. Fellinger. Yes, yeah. Yes. This video we are going to watch is not any video that he has presented elsewhere. He sat down and made a presentation specifically for this conference. So let us put our hands together for Dr. Fellinger. All right. It is specially for us. So Ati, the chair, reminds me. Thank you very much. Technical people?
That has been a lifelong story for me, to work with people who are deaf, to live with people who are deaf, and to do research in that field. First, to give you a short personal background. My father was deaf. I grew up with him. He was an artist, and we couldn't speak to each other, but we could do paintings, and so I was also trained in arts. My mother was hearing, she was like an interpreter for him. And later on, I became a medical doctor for neurology, for psychiatry, for child neurology, and I started very early, when I was about 30 years, in a hospital where I saw how deaf people are treated not well. And I was shocked, because I loved my father. And so I started to offer outpatient services for people who are deaf in sign language. And father was deaf as well. So we grew up together, and she understood that I loved deaf people because she loved deaf people. And so she supported all the development of the deaf services in Austria. And together we have 7 children. That is wonderful. That is a gift. But now we come to our main topic: mental health of deaf people. What is mental health? That is a really difficult question. I thought, instead of just giving a definition, I will paint a picture which should show what mental health is visually. Give me a few seconds to paint a picture of what I think could be an expression of mental health. What do we see in that picture? In the face. Look at that. Is that face sad? No. That face looks relaxed and happy. But that is not all what has to be told about mental health. Look at what our signs, shown by the signs I will paint now, show. This, you know, this sign, this shows okay all over the world. And we see that person is showing I'm okay. The direction of the sign is towards oneself. I am okay, I'm grateful who I am. But that is not all about mental health. You know this sign. This is a very important sign. This sign is saying, I love you. And that is the other aspect of mental health. I say yes to myself and I love you. But that is not only to one person, that is a much wider circle. So we have to make that clear. This is outreaching. So if we look at that picture, we see mental health is a state of well-being. The WHO also says well-being, where a person can really develop his or her potential. We see that. And that person is also in a good connection with others and can contribute to society. That is the most important thing we should now store in our brain when we speak about mental health of deaf people, because speaking about that also means we have the vision to serve the deaf communities all over the places, and you come from so many places from Africa, to develop mental health as much as possible. But there's another side. We have mental health problems. All of us know that this happy face doesn't look so all the time. Look at that face. That person doesn't look so happy. Or what about that face? And about that? These faces do not look that happy as the first face. They all show there is a problem, a mental health problem. We read in the faces how people feel. The first face we see sadness. You know, all the feeling of sadness. Sometimes we cry. Sometimes our sadness is very quiet. We don't cry, but we just don't feel anything. The other face is showing when we are upset, we are angry, we are shouting. That's also showing that we are not in a good state of well-being. And that face is showing we are anxious. We are afraid something bad is coming. Our tension can be felt all over the body. These faces only show what mental health problems can be. But we have to dig a little bit deeper. What do we know about mental health problems and mental health disorders? We know a lot about mental health disorders. They are really illnesses which are defined by the World Health Organizations and have specific characteristics. Let's give an example of a mental health disorder. Let's say severe depression. is a real mental health disorder. In severe depression, a person does not feel well at all. That person is over a longer time of at least 2 weeks not able to really do things, can't sleep, has no appetite, feels worth nothing, can't contribute, and thinks about killing himself. This is a very severe depression. This is an illness, but all of us know a little bit of it. Feeling sad without a reason, feeling not motivated to do anything, feeling empty, but 2 days later it's better again. So it is not easy to make a clear distinction in the medium part, you know. It is always a dimension. What do we see here? We see the level of mental health problems. There's hardly any person who does not have mental health problems. But we have days we are really happy. But some days are like that, a mixture of mental health problems and quite okay. But some have severe mental health problems and don't feel well at all. And this dimension where we don't feel well at all and the problems are overburdening can sometimes be times of a real mental health disorder. If you are in a dimension of a mental health disorder, you need real professional help. But there's a long period where support by friends and others can be very helpful. And we have to speak about that as a second part of the presentation. Now, having shown this, I want to share with you what I have learned about mental health problems in deaf people. And give you some explanations for what we have observed in research. I won't just mention, I've written a series of articles. You will get the links, you can read it up. But I want to speak to you and address you directly, and so I don't list all the detailed figures here. I show you the most important results. So the question is, what do we know about mental health problems in deaf people? I start with what we know about mental health problems in adult deaf people. There are few research studies, and I've done quite a few of them, about the prevalence, which is the rate, how frequent mental health problems occur in populations. And I give you the results of a few studies. The first study I did with 300 patients of the deaf clinic, and I saw, when I asked them about whether they felt nervous and distressed, 70% said, yes, I feel nervous, I feel distressed. And when I compared this with hearing populations, I saw that it's much a higher rate compared to the hearing population. And I also asked the population who was deaf about complaints like headache, like back pain, headache, like stomach problems. And I saw the patients I saw differed from what general practitioners saw in our country. The rates of somatic complaints was much higher compared to the other hearing group. Nervous tension was 30% higher. Back pain, we had a double rate. Headache, 6 times higher. Just to give you that impression, we have a higher burden of symptoms in the population who was deaf. I will give you a short picture which shows this. These are 2 persons, but each person has to carry something. Both persons carry a bag. What we found in that first study was that deaf persons carry a bigger rucksack of somatic complaints compared to hearing people. But we wanted to dig deeper, so we made a research project within the deaf community. We developed a questionnaire which was used internationally in sign language, and we asked about quality of life. What did we find? The deaf population reported worse quality of life in their mental health, in their physical health, in their knowledge about environment, but with respect to the social life, the members of the deaf community reported quite the same levels of satisfaction with life compared to the hearing. I will give you a graph of it. This is about mental health. This is about physical health. This is about social relationships. This is about environment. And here we saw members of the deaf community reported they have friends in the deaf community, they have sexual relationships, and they were satisfied with the social relationships they had. When we assessed the population who was hard of hearing but not signing and not members of the deaf community, we found a different thing. We found the same problems in mental health, the same problems in physical health, but very big problems in their social relationships. It was like that. A very interesting finding which shows that being part of a signing community is a protective factor which helps to promote mental health, at least in social relationships. Another study I want to show you which we did in children. We found that deaf school children in a representative sample in Upper Austria reported in about 26% that they had already a depression. That is at least double the rate of the hearing children who didn't report these problems. And what we found, the children who couldn't make themselves understood in the family had 4 times as many mental health problems compared to the children who could make themselves understood in their family. And this was also linked with the problems they had at school with other school colleagues. I just give you a short graph of that. Here you see a child who wants to make himself understood, but the parents don't understand. And these children have the highest risk of mental health problems. And the whole population had a double rate of mental health problems as compared to hearing children. So if we just summarize shortly what we know about mental health problems in deaf populations, we can say, roughly, we have double the rate of mental health problems in deaf populations compared to general population samples. This is a very rough estimate, and I now put together many studies which I can't list up for this short address. So, shortly, this rucksack is at least 2 times as heavy as the rucksack of the general population. And now we have to think, why is that so? I will give you some research data, what was found which correlates to mental health problems. I have already shown one major point. Problems to be understood. And as I speak to you, I don't see your faces, but I know deaf people all over the world. And I know even my deaf father, and I know the feelings he transported. How distressing it was not to be understood by others. And this feeling of not being understood causes a strange sensation of helplessness, of not feeling well, and of not feeling able to contribute. And we will speak about that a little bit later on when we explain the pathomechanisms of stress and how we can deal with that. But this problem of not being understood is very, 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 very prominent. But not being understood has many, many other factors. Not only the situation at the moment where a person can't hear you, or you can't hear the person. It has much deeper problems in the history. Many people who are deaf had experienced, and I will just give you a picture of that. you see different people here, and that child is deaf. What do the people do? They speak to each other, but that child doesn't hear what they are speaking. So that child has a great difficulty to learn about the world. Perhaps the parents may say, "Come here, sit," or "Here you eat," or "Here's a place to sleep." But that is not language. That is just commands. The child has to look, doesn't understand the world, and has no fund of information. We call this problem language deprivation syndrome, which means in the important time where each child learns language, that little child has no access to full language, because the hearing people speak and the child doesn't hear. So the child's brain is suffering because a brain needs language to grow and to learn to think. You think that is, people think that is not so difficult. The child has enough to eat, has dresses. Why is that a big problem? Now it is a big problem. I will paint a picture how big that problem really is. What is wrong with that child? You will see immediately. That child is very thin. The belly is big. And that child is starving, has not enough to eat. That child doesn't grow well. There is hunger. And this we can see very easily. But what we cannot see, if a little brain does not get enough language. But the brain is suffering like that. The brain wants to have language, but the child has to grow up without. And so the whole way of reacting to the environment is a little bit different, because you can't understand what's going on. Mechanisms, which we call stress mechanisms, are much more relevant and much more easy to be triggered. I will explain that later on, because I have to speak about another problem which is also correlated with mental health problems. I have to speak about that very frankly, because it is a huge problem in children and adults who are deaf. What do you see here? Here you see a violent behavior of an adult. A child who doesn't hear is sometimes not obedient. So the parents sometimes get angry and they slap the child, which is also trauma. But also in the field of sexuality, we know about many problems, because children are abused. Especially children who have handicaps are severely abused by adults, by peers, also in schools for deaf children. And this abuse has bad consequences. The child can't help himself, but the trauma of abuse is in his or her body. And this is always associated with later on mental health and health problems. So we've given some reasons. Interestingly, the degree of hearing loss is not correlated with mental health problems per se. So we have to concentrate on the main areas which contribute to mental health problems. One main area is problems in communication. From early childhood on and in the recent situation in everyday life. We have to think about traumas children have experienced, and we have to think about the problems people have to adapt to the challenges of life, because the fund of knowledge is limited. So, what is the underlying mechanism of all these phenomena? I will explain that briefly. In our body we have a very important system which helps us to adapt to our environment. This is the whole system of stress regulation. We all have stress. We have little stresses, big stresses. And stress is nothing bad at all. It is just normal. But what is happening in our body when things get challenging? For instance, a dangerous animal is coming up to us. Let us stay with that metaphor. What is happening in our body? I love lions, but let's say this lion is attacking us. What do we feel? We feel anxious, our blood pressure gets high, we want to flee, we get a lot of energy to run away. On the other hand side, if we are very brave and very skilled, we might fight that lion. We might get aggressive ourselves and beat him or try to kill him, whatever. So our body gets a lot of energy mobilized to flee or to attack. This is the reaction of fleeing from the lion. But we also get the energy to attack. And there's also one stress reaction which is mentioned not so frequently. We get the feeling we should play as if we would be death. Just lie down and be paralyzed. And wait until the lion has passed away. These are typical stress reactions which have many physical background how these things happen. And after a few minutes or an hour, we relax, the lion is gone, we feel well again and we calm down. But what happens if that stress is occurring every day, all the time? For instance, in our lives, if we always feel oppressed, others speak for us, we have no chance to say our opinion. We always get a little bit of this kind of activation. And this activation we can't show in movement. So this energy is stuck in the body. And this makes our body feel complaints like pain in the back or stomach or head, because we can't use that energy for fleeing or attacking. We just get stuck. And if this is happening all the time, our body gets more sick. And this kind of stress reactions we have to have in mind when we speak about mental health of deaf people. Because what we could not find, that mental health disorders like schizophrenia or bipolar disorder are more frequent in people who are deaf. We found that all conditions which are related to stress reactions which are causing really illnesses, these are the conditions which are much more frequent in people who are deaf compared to people who are hearing. But not the mental health disorders like schizophrenia or other severe mental health illnesses. So, I will summarize. We know what is mental health. We've spoken about that, have seen the face who is happy, who is reaching out, who is accepting his life. We have seen that growing up with deafness is a real challenge, and the special problems in communication from early on are interfering with our mental health. But also abuse is a very big problem. And now we have to think about what can we do to support positive mental health. You are deaf leaders. What can you do to support other people who are deaf to develop more mental health? That is a very important question. I will start with a very simple thing. One of the first things is to reach out to other human beings, to other people. Isolation is a very, very big problem for staying healthy, because humans are really beings who want to be together. So if you find a person who is deaf and isolated, try to connect that person with others. And if you are isolated yourself, try to find a person with whom or her you can connect. What do we need to connect with others? We need to communicate with them. I know in Europe there are also places where people who grew up deaf have no signs. But we saw, by teaching them a little bit of signing, and especially by listening, what do they want to tell us? People start to open up and learn some signs. So I think this starting to connect to others is also linked with getting signs or expressions for what you feel and what you think. This is one thing. But another very important point is the following. If you look at a person and look like that, or that, or that, that doesn't help the person. So if we start to think about mental health, it is very important that we really look at the other person, even if that person is behaving badly. Look at that person with an open, loving face. Especially as you know, your signs are not sufficient, the person doesn't know to sign, but the person knows to read your face, whether if it is angry or open. So look at that person with a shining face, a loving face. The other person might be anxious or angry or nervous, regardless. But you look at that person with a loving face. And with an open body gesture. What do you want? Sometimes we are stressed ourselves because a person is behaving aggressively, as I've shown you. If we start to be aggressive against the person too, we don't help that person. Stay calm, stay open and wait. And then, when you see that person doing something good, appreciate that. Concentrate on what that person is succeeding in. And that is a lot. But we also have to think a little bit further. If you as deaf leaders are serving other deaf people, and you have to serve many who have had a bad background, provide opportunities where they can show what they can. We are serving deaf people with additional disabilities, and that is about 1/4 of all people who are deaf who have that condition. And we saw it is so important that meaningful work can be done. So you have to look where this person has a gift and where this person can perform something that person can be really proud of. It can be tiny or big. But look at that, what that person can contribute, and celebrate that. So it is very important to be creative, to find places where productive work can be done. And now I come to a last very important point. what is happening here? These persons have a conflict. They're angry with each other. They blame each other. You are bad. You are silly. And that goes back and forth. That is not good for your mental health, because when you go to bed, you get a problem to fall asleep because you think about that silly person. And a conflict like that can destroy a whole community. So the most important thing is to stay in good mental health is to forgive each other, to try to make peace. That is not always easy, and you usually have to do a first step by looking what is my problem and start to apologize and to find a way to bridge the gap. Usually we think always of our position is the right one, but that is not true. So I think it is so important that we all train to forgive each other. Oh yes, maybe he was so angry because he was so stressed. He had such a bad time and so was angry at me. But I did not react friendly, so I may go to that person and say, I apologize, I was not friendly to you because you were stressed. I didn't understand that. And if the person sees that you are coming in a little bit of humble way, that person gets encouraged to think about him or herself as well. And to find peace again is one of the most important things we can experience. Think about your own lives and remember situations when you reconciled with another person. And remember how happy you were and how happy the other person was. And so you always work on that. Now we have thought about different aspects of mental health and deafness, but we have spoken also about very general things about mental health problems, and how we can support mental health in our own lives and in the lives of others. Because you are deaf leaders, are people who take responsibility also for life of others. And I think this aspect of mental health we have to mention at the end of that short address. It is very important that we feel that our life has a meaning. Research shows that to have only party and have a good time does not at the end contribute to a satisfying life. You have one party, another party, you get drunk, you have fun, but fun is not enough to have a meaningful and good life. Our life is designed also to serve others, which gives you a feeling of deep meaning. And I think at that point, we also have to think about mental health in a very big context. Not only about well-being, about work, about saying, yes, I'm good, and about loving others. Also about the big questions of life and death. Where do we come from? Where do we go to? Why are we here? Do we have a purpose here? And that is very important to think as well. And this actually puts us in the position to ask, what is the meaning of our life? I can only now end with a personal statement, because you have to give your answer yourself. For me, it is very important. that I orientate my life to Jesus. I observe what he has said, how he spoke about loving each other, how he spoke about forgiving each other, and how he invites me to come to him here and forever. So I am also doing Bible paintings. You can look it up in the internet on the VB. And there are also African countries who use that as well. So I just want to tell you, that is for me a very, very important source of staying mentally healthy. And I want to encourage you to carry on, to reach out to others, and to look at your own mental health. And I know many people with bad experiences can have good quality of life, can overcome hardships, and can contribute in a wonderful way to a positive development in other lives, in other people's life. Thank you so much for attending, and I hope we can have an exchange tomorrow. All the best.
Well, I just wanted that to sink in a bit. I wanted it to sink in a bit. Is it coming on? Testing. Testing.
To get the technology into place so that we can make sure that there's equal access to technology.
Yes, I wanted that to sink in. I wanted really that to sink in. My friend Kumi was telling me, as the facilitator, he is taking too long. How can you stop him? And I told him, even if he was here, I was not going to stop him. This information was so important for us that we needed him to end it the way he has ended it. And this was really meant for DEAFNET, members of this conference. He's asked you questions. How can you reach that deaf person in the rural area and just look at them straight in the face? No communication. But let them feel that you are lovingly looking at them and caring. No communication. Okay. I've been teaching for 50 years now, 43 in deaf education, and 7 years in regular schools. If I were to go back, I want to be as good a teacher as Dr. Fellinger. I want to be a teacher like him. I've never heard of an academic, highly learned person make such a complex topic to be so simple, to be understood, but not belittling our understanding, but broadening our understanding. I've always been fighting for the deaf people not to be denied their language. That's all I've been focusing on. But today, I've realized that I was fighting a lone war. We should be together. Because deaf people are suffering mentally just by being denied their language. This teachers should listen to. They're denied language at home. They can't understand the parents. And when they come to school, they can't understand the teachers. But at least they have each other. The teachers, sign and speak at the same time. Look at the lips, you didn't get anything. The hands, there was only one or two signs, but there was too much speech, frustrating them further. I'm saying this in appreciation of our presenter today, that he has really touched us mentally. He has reached our hearts, and he has reached our feelings. And we should feel for those who are being neglected. If he was here, we were going to present him with a token of appreciation, but we will send it online as we came to us online. We are being informed that we shouldn't be recording. We should not be recording, so please don't record. I know you have a smartphone, but right. So I guess we adhere to that. Thank you very much. Okay. Right. Right. I listen to wisdom, and wisdom from none other than our RT. Dr. Fellinger will be joining us live online between 6 and 7, and at that time, we will be able to ask him questions. So we hold the discussion after his presentation until 6 and 7, and he'll link with us, and we'll be asking him the questions. I want to ask him a few, but I will sit back. I'm the facilitator. I'll wait for you people to ask questions. Thank you, Archie. Okay. Even if you want to save time, sometimes there are things that have to be said. So if I've said too much in between, I had to appreciate Dr. Fellinger for his presentation. And as I promised, we have presentations that you don't want dare not listen to. Okay. Next up, we have a presentation from Irene Esambo Diata, Irene, somebody at her, is from the DRC. She could not as well be with us here because of circumstances beyond her. But first up, she is a minister in the government, so she holds a very high position. She accepted our invitation to be here and share with us. She brings a lot of knowledge and expertise in the area, and she's going to talk to us about inclusive education and promotion of special education in the DRC, Democratic Republic of the Congo. That she's not here, we are going to have Marie-Louise presenting on her behalf. She's going to read the speech from Madame Diata to us. Thank you very much. Marie-Louise, welcome to the stage.
Thank you. De prime abord, bonjour à tout le monde. Je voudrais, au nom de la ministre, présenter les excuses à toute l'Assemblée. Le professeur Akash a déjà dit qu'elle a eu un empêchement majeur, de sorte qu'elle n'est pas avec nous. Elle souhaite à tous une bonne conférence et des décisions qui pourront amener le développement des sourds. En introduction, elle dit Erasmus, could you help me, please? You're not working. En introduction, elle dit que la République démocratique du Congo connaît des conflits cycliques. À cause de ces conflits et de ces guerres, il y a une forte augmentation. Il y a une forte augmentation du taux des personnes avec handicap. Par rapport à la population générale, la population des personnes avec handicap a atteint un pourcentage 13,7%. Il y a aussi plusieurs problèmes sur le terrain concernant l'inclusion des personnes avec handicap dans la société, particulièrement le problème de l'éducation des personnes avec handicap dans les mêmes conditions d'égalité que les autres catégories de personnes dans la société. Qu'est-ce qui a été fait à présent, jusqu'à présent dans le cadre de l'amélioration dans le secteur de l'éducation et aussi l'adaptation au principe d'inclusion, l'éducation inclusive. Il y a eu une réforme dans le secteur de l'éducation. L'adoption de la loi sur l'enseignement général depuis 2014. Dans cette loi, le principe de l'éducation inclusive, comme l'une des grandes innovations, occupe une place importante. La mise en application du principe de la gratuité de l'enseignement de base a commencé en 2019. La promulgation de la loi relative à la promotion et à la protection des droits des personnes avec handicap a été promulguée au mois de mai 2022. En dehors de ce qui a été fait de convenable, il y a quelques défis en rapport avec les personnes avec handicap dans le secteur de l'éducation. Le principe d'inclusion existe dans la loi adoptée, mais il n'y a pas de mesures d'application de l'éducation inclusive, notamment par rapport aux personnes avec handicap. Il y a la persistance des préjugés dans la société, la sous-estimation, la marginalisation des personnes avec handicap continue de sévir dans notre société. Et plusieurs parents négligent encore la scolarité des enfants avec handicap. Il y a peu d'attention sur l'enseignement spécial au niveau de notre pays, dans ce sens que l'effectivité de l'éducation inclusive n'a pas encore lieu. Et les partenaires qui viennent en appui dans le secteur de l'enseignement ne sont pas nombreux à s'impliquer dans l'éducation ou l'enseignement spécial. Les activités sportives, les activités de loisirs pour les personnes avec handicap dans les écoles ne sont pas encore bien développées. Il y a trop peu de perspectives pour les études universitaires. En ce qui concerne certaines catégories du handicap, particulièrement le handicap sensoriel. Les personnes sourdes et les personnes aveugles et malvoyantes n'ont pas beaucoup de perspectives d'avenir par rapport aux études universitaires, par rapport à l'accès à l'éducation tertiaire. La non-reconnaissance de la langue des signes comme langue de l'éducation. Certes, la loi organique promulguée au mois de mai parle de la langue des signes comme 5e langue officielle, mais jusqu'à présent, il n'y a pas de base juridique qui indique vraiment cette reconnaissance de la langue des signes comme langue de l'éducation, ce qui pose un problème sérieux par rapport à l'éducation des sourds. Comme vous le savez, l'éducation bilingue utilisant la langue naturelle des sourds, qui est leur première langue, facilite et améliore l'éducation des personnes sourdes. Il y a également la non-modernisation de l'écriture braille. Les personnes aveugles, les personnes malvoyantes utilisent l'écriture braille et au niveau de la RDC, le matériel pédagogique de braille n'est pas encore modernisé. Le service d'interprétariat en langue des signes est encore un service bénévole, c'est-à-dire les interprètes en langue des signes, quand ils viennent à une manifestation ou à un événement, ils y viennent tout simplement comme bénévoles pour soutenir les sourds. Quels sont les efforts du gouvernement pour rendre effective l'éducation inclusive et renforcer l'enseignement spécial? En dépit de tous ces défis que nous venons d'énumérer, le gouvernement fait quand même un petit effort progressivement pour qu'on puisse avancer vers l'éducation inclusive et vers le développement ou le renforcement de l'enseignement spécial, de manière à assurer une formation, une éducation de qualité pour les personnes avec handicap et ici, en ce qui nous concerne, pour les enfants sourds. Le gouvernement a nommé un ministre, désigné tout un portefeuille pour la prise en charge des personnes avec handicap.
The government has appointed a delegate in charge of persons with handicap.
Il y a donc un portefeuille qui s'occupe des personnes avec handicap,
There is a
qui s'occupe
portfolio
de leurs
for
problèmes et
a
qui
minister
peut
that
donc
takes care of people with
faire
handicap.
en sorte que l'éducation des sourds et l'éducation des autres personnes handicapées puissent être développées correctement. Par rapport à la gratuité de l'enseignement de base, le gouvernement a accepté de prendre en compte 172 écoles spécialisées dans le programme de gratuité de l'enseignement de base, et cela à partir de 2021. Actuellement, il continue d'identifier des écoles spécialisées, surtout dans les milieux ruraux. Il y a l'activité d'harmonisation des signes, la langue des signes harmonisée ou la langue des signes standardisée. Cette activité a réuni les sourds, les leaders sourds venant de plusieurs provinces de la République démocratique du Congo. Ils ont travaillé ensemble pour voir comment arriver à une langue de signes harmonisée qui pourrait être présentée de sorte que le gouvernement l'accepte et l'officialise comme langue d'enseignement et favorise l'éducation inclusive. Il y a eu aussi le lancement de la réflexion sur la mise en place d'une académie nationale, parce que ce travail de recherche en langue de signes ou d'harmonisation en langue de signes ne se fait pas en un jour, en un mois ou en une semaine. C'est un travail qui doit se faire en continu pour avoir des documents qui permettent d'enseigner la langue des signes à l'université, au niveau secondaire, au niveau de base et même assurer la formation des parents. Il y a également le lancement du processus d'élaboration de la stratégie nationale d'éducation inclusive et employabilité des personnes avec handicap. L'éducation inclusive, nous l'avons dit auparavant, pose réellement un problème et lorsque les personnes avec handicap, particulièrement les personnes sourdes, combien même ils sont formés, ils ont suivi un cursus valable, ils ont des compétences, l'employabilité pose problème en République démocratique du Congo. Un autre effort du gouvernement se situe au niveau de l'adoption par le Parlement de la loi organique qui a été promulguée au mois de mai. Donc, cette promulgation, cette loi organique promulguée par le président de la République au mois de mai, elle apporte plusieurs innovations dans le cadre des droits, protection des droits, promotion des droits des personnes handicapées, y compris les personnes sourdes. Il y a la reconnaissance du travail de tous les aidants. Nous avons parlé des personnes qui soutiennent les sourds, les personnes sourdes comme interprètes. Nous les considérons, ils sont assimilés dans cette loi aux aidants. Il y a aussi les transcripteurs en écriture braille qui sont assimilés aux aidants. Jusqu'à présent, ils travaillent comme des bénévoles. Alors cette loi est un effort du gouvernement pour reconnaître leur travail et pouvoir les soutenir sur le plan financier. Il y a l'octroi d'un statut juridique spécial à tous les aidants. Donc, comme je venais de le dire, ils sont assimilés aux assistants sociaux. Il y a également l'établissement de la collaboration entre le ministère des personnes avec handicap et le ministère qui s'occupe de l'enseignement. Les ministères du secteur de l'éducation, par le passé, ils prenaient des décisions pour tout le monde, ils mettaient tout le monde dans le même sac, tous les enfants dans le même sac. Mais maintenant, avec l'existence de ce ministère qui prend en charge les personnes avec handicap, ils vont se mettre ensemble, collaborer, de sorte que les décisions en rapport avec l'éducation soient adaptées aux besoins des personnes handicapées, des personnes sourdes pour ce qui nous concerne. Quelques innovations de la loi organique en rapport avec l'éducation inclusive et l'enseignement spécial. Il y a l'instauration du système d'appui de l'État aux parents des enfants ayant un handicap. Comme vous le savez, l'éducation des enfants avec handicap est très coûteuse et nécessite beaucoup de moyens, de sorte que les parents, en général, n'arrivent pas, avec leurs revenus, à porter cette charge de l'éducation des enfants sourds. Alors, dans la loi qui a été promulguée au mois de mai, le gouvernement propose de soutenir les parents des enfants ayant un handicap. Il y a également l'affirmation du droit à l'éducation, à la formation pour toutes les catégories des personnes avec handicap, c'est-à-dire à tous les niveaux, au niveau de base, au niveau secondaire, tertiaire, et puis aussi prenant en compte la formation continue, la formation tout au long de la vie. La responsabilité de l'État à mettre en place un système éducatif inclusif pour les enfants avec handicap à tous les niveaux de l'éducation et de la formation. Cette éducation inclusive nécessite des formations pour les enseignants des sourds et aussi pour les enseignants des enfants qui n'ont pas un handicap. De sorte que là où il y a la possibilité de les mettre en inclusion, l'enseignant qui n'a pas fait le cursus de formation spécialisée soit en mesure de soutenir tant soit peu les enfants avec handicap, les enfants sourds aussi. Il y a l'appel à la reconnaissance officielle de la langue des signes comme 5e langue nationale. Jusque-là, comme je l'ai dit, après promulgation de la loi organique, la langue est reconnue, certes, mais il faut des documents juridiques qui puissent attester que la langue est officiellement reconnue. C'est une 5e langue et aussi arriver après harmonisation à l'utiliser comme langue de l'éducation. Pour la réalisation de toutes ces innovations, Madame la ministre estime qu'il y a la nécessité d'avoir des partenaires. On a besoin des partenaires techniques et des partenaires financiers. Les partenaires techniques qui peuvent apporter l'expertise nécessaire pour améliorer l'éducation des sourds ou l'éducation de tous les enfants avec handicap,
and persons living with
et les
handicap
partenaires financiers qui
in our
peuvent
country,
apporter
and
de l'eau au
to
moulin pour
bring
que
financial
cette
support
éducation se passe convenablement et
and
que
ensure that
les
that
sourds et les
education
autres
goes
enfants
on
avec handicap
conveniently,
puissent bénéficier au même titre de l'éducation de qualité
so that
dans les mêmes
those living
conditions
with
que tous les
handicap
autres
can
enfants.
also benefit like those
Merci pour votre attention.
not having handicap. Thank you for your kind attention.
My friends, we have listened to this,
Vous avez écouté cela
and you can actually connect it to what Dr. Fellinger was talking about. The DRC have recognized the fact that language is important for the deaf, and that putting measures in place to rectify the mental health connected to denial of language to the deaf people. So thank you very much on behalf of Madame Diata for presenting this. Yeah, I've just asked Marlies to stand here for a minute. We have 3 minutes if you have a burning question. She might not be the one to answer it perfectly, but if you maybe have a question or clarity regarding the presentation, she's happy to respond. Pumi Jamani?
Thank you very much for the presentation. I know the sign languages differ in different countries, and I know sign language is included in disability, but you know, oftentimes it's confused. You know, for example, when it comes to soccer, if it's a hearing person playing soccer, you know, they might injure their leg and then the referee says you can go off. And then there's, oh no, I got a disability from a soccer injury. So, you know, sometimes I feel sign language shouldn't necessarily be included as a disability because it's a broad spectrum, you know. Because people who use sign language don't always identify as disabled. Just a question as to how it would be addressed in DRC.
En ce qui concerne la langue de signes, RDC sont les premières personnes qui défendent la langue de signes. Et c'est un peu difficile qu'ils arrivent à croire qu'ils sont assimilés aux personnes avec handicap. Ils préfèrent plutôt, ils sont sourds, même si la loi du pays les classes dans les personnes avec handicap, mais ils considèrent qu'ils ne sont pas handicapés. Et leur langue ne peut pas être considérée comme une langue,
Though the laws of the country
une
put them under the
sous-langue.
category,
Hein.
eh,
Ils
where
luttent
people know
pour
that
que
they
cette
are not
langue soit
handicapped
reconnue
persons
au
and they
même
fight
titre que les autres langues.
so that
Parce
their
que
language should be
au
heard
pays,
and
l'éducation
be
se
at the
donne
same
déjà
level like
en
that
quatre
of
langues
other people.
officielles. Et eux aussi, ils sont en train de lutter pour que la langue de signes soit élevée au même niveau que les autres
Other
langues
languages have
et
been
qu'elle
raised to
soit
the rank
reconnue.
of official languages of the country.
L'harmonisation
They are also
vient du
fighting
fait
so that
que
their language should be
dans
equally
plusieurs
raised to that
provinces,
standard.
même au niveau de Kinshasa seulement, il y a plusieurs tendances.
Even at level of Kinshasa,
On
there are
aimerait
many tendencies
faire en sorte que la langue des signes soit harmonisée, soit comprise.
that fight
Lorsqu'il y a un
that
interprète qui passe à la
there
télévision pour
be
l'information,
harmonization
il
of
utilise cette
sign
langue,
languages
il est compris.
and that they should be
dans
present
toute
on
la
TV
République.
stations everywhere
Lorsqu'il y
to
a
be
un
heard.
enseignant qui communique avec les enfants sourds, il est compris par les enfants qui viennent de n'importe quelle province. Il y a dans cette
So,
salle un leader
this-
sourd qui a participé à ce travail. Je pense que s'il y a lieu de me compléter, il pourra le faire par rapport à la langue des signes. Déby a participé à la recherche en
So,
langue des signes et il
sign
peut témoigner. il peut,
languages train they are very important, so
que
people
la
are
langue
advocating
des
so
signes
that
n'est pas considérée
this
comme
language should be
une
raised to a
langue,
standard where
mais plutôt
everybody
elle est
can
défendue
accept
d'abord par les sourds
that the
eux-mêmes
language could be accepted at
langue
a national level
importante,
like other
une
languages have been
valeur
accepted.
dans leur culture.
I think Belize has done very well with that response. In all countries, somehow, sign language cannot be handled separately from the disability movement. It is always lumped in there. And I think it is time for us to stop fighting that. And so long as sign language is handled separately and is made official and is being used, let us be within the movement. Let us not always try to run away from that. And by the way, when they fund you, they fund the disability movement. So be there. So once you get your portion, then go and be independent. Say we are a linguistic minority. But we know that the government, they put them together. All right. So, Boris, thank you very much, and thank you on behalf of Madame Dieta for giving us this presentation. But before you go away, I'm going to call upon our recipient of our scholarship to come forward here and give a token of appreciation to Madame Dieta. Please, Loveness Majoni. Loveness, are you there? This is Loveness from Zimbabwe. She's the recipient of DEAFNET scholarship. She's studying here in South Africa. You see, DEAFNET, Center of Knowledge and more so empowerment. She's being empowered to go back to Zimbabwe and do good, as Dr. Fellinger advised us. It's such a lovely package. I wanted to accept it for myself, but I hope at the end of the day, I will also be appreciated for facilitating this session. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I told you my name is Akach, and we are going to catch up with time. We have done well. It is exactly 10:30, and so we're going to go out for tea break, smoke break, and bathroom break. Please be back here in exactly 20 minutes so we have time to organize and go into the next session. Thank you very much for the morning. Could we all put our hands up for all the two presenters, Dr. Fellinger and Madame Diata? Everybody, thank you very much. Enjoy your coffee break.
Mic test. Injani audio. Right. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Next. But melu thola musa. Yaphuma speaking. Mic test.
Side. Only the interpreter. Full screen. So not split screen. Only the interpreter. Is that possible? Yeah. One problem solved. But for now, the presentation is going to present. So the split screen will have the interpreter. Keep it as it is now, but when you swap to video presentation, full screen will appear.
Sithole mu.
Yeah, but what if you know it's holding fit
Nah, into yabona.
ngithi kumain abanye
Kumain.
ngoba ayikho
Ibisele the web
yeah
yakho ilela ngithi. Number 2.
isile yokuqala ngibona
Noma
ngoba
ile.
wena
Angithi yabona. Hey, ngibisele manje it's the web yakho. Are you getting something?
sound check 1 2
Sound check. 1 2 1 2. 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 And la ngivulele yonke iphelele, so if ngivulele yonke okay. Athakezwa sibheka sibhekele kuye posta abantu lababezwe ngiyamangala mina posta abantu abezwe uma ngizodwa hayi lo yana kuphelele
We're trying to fix the lighting on the screens because people are complaining they can't see it clearly. So we are trying to fix that, and then we'll be on our way. Better? But we have to go on. We have to go on. All right, my friends, welcome back from your tea break, smoke break, and WC break. Again, as I promised, we have great presenters this morning, and now we're going to have a dual presentation by two of my great friends. We have Nizar Kansmi. Nizar is a linguist like me, deaf himself, into linguistics. Now, that makes me very happy, because normally it will be us, the hearing people, who are looking into linguistics, how sign language works, and deaf people are not involved. Now, Nazmi is here representing the deaf community, and this tells us that the deaf people can do it. And if they can't do it alone, then we are with them, if our attitude. He's a teacher, and he teaches the language. So what a better person with intuitive knowledge to be presenting to us this morning. He does sign language, Moroccan Sign Language, Arabic Sign Language, langue des signes from yeah. So he's got a great experience and knowledge about language, and he does linguistics, which is the scientific study of language. Nizar, we welcome you, and we're looking forward to your presentation. The co-presenter is Dr. Abdulaziz Arsi. Dr. Arsi is an assistant professor at the University of Rabat, Department of Education and Science. If you look at his resume, he's got all that it takes to present here today. From what I love about these two, they are doing what I love best, and that is bilingualism. Using a spoken language and sign language in education of the deaf. Not mixing them up in TC, total communication, which I've called many times total confusion. Separating them and using them separately so deaf people can be bilingual, just like we are bilingual. And who else to present this today? And the topic is two words. We are not there yet. We are not into bilingual, bicultural education. We are going there, and so they're talking about towards a bilingual model in deaf education in Morocco. But remember, it is Morocco, but we are DEAFNET Africa, Center of Knowledge. So they're representing Center of Knowledge, and they're going, whatever they have in Morocco, we're going to listen to and see if we cannot reduplicate it in our countries. Let's put our hands together for RC and Nizar. Put your hands together. Welcome, gentlemen.
Okay, thank you so much for your warm welcome. I'm very happy today to be home again, right, in my organization, the organization that we initiated together in 2005, and we started together, right? I'm really proud today to say that I'm the first laureate of DEAFNET University. I'm the first laureate under the supervision of IT, of course, because I remember when I started in 2005 here in South Africa, I was no more than a simple teacher, English teacher, right? And the moment I got back from South Africa, when I attended the World Congress of Mental Health and Deafness, the moment I went back to Morocco, then I started a new association, and I started working and organizing different events related to the deaf community. Then also at a certain point I felt that I no longer fit there in the associative work. I should move to university. Then I moved and I did my MA, and it was again about disability, about deaf people. Then at a certain moment when I got my MA, I said, all right, the PhD is so close. Then I did my PhD also, and about deaf education. And here I am now as an assistant professor, teaching pedagogy and education, but also starting programs for the deaf. I'm very happy today. Just I want to leave some time for my friend Nizar to introduce himself in sign language.
My name is Nazar, and this is my sign name. And I have lived in Morocco in a mainstream society, and I was born hearing, and at the age of 4, I became deaf. Through vaccination, I got an injection. And so at that time, I didn't have access to sign language. So at that time, I was taken to Spain, and it's where I attained my education from. And I learned through Sign Language Association, Spanish Sign Language, and I learned a lot from the community, and eventually I attained the university qualifications. And so when I came back to Morocco, I could have a lot of challenges. But I couldn't stay away. Since 2013, I've been able to try to get into the society, and we currently have an association that I'm basically working with in Morocco. And I started a new organization where it's still a young organization, but where we're working with ALSI and empowering deaf persons, training deaf persons on different projects. And I thank DEAFNET that has given me this opportunity, but also bring up the ideas to empower different deaf persons in Africa. And I will be glad to share our experiences here and with DEAFNET, and we continue strengthening the deaf communities.
Yeah, we had to just do it jointly, right? Because we wanted to give this multiculturalism and multilingualism that we have in Morocco, and that is why my presentation will be a little bit talking about this as an introduction for bilingualism in Morocco. He will be talking about the deaf community. about an overview about deaf education, and we're talking about our national project for bilingualism in deaf education. Now, linguistic issues are a little bit controversial in Morocco because we have always, through history, Morocco has always served as a hub for different cultures and different languages. And therefore that, beside the native language, which is the Amazigh language, we have been colonized by France, and which means that France was there. And also when Arabic was also there just before when we were first Islam and came to Morocco and the Arabic came with. And that's added something new also to the Moroccan culture, which is the Amazigh culture, which is the native, together with the Jewish culture that was there, and the Muslim culture. And when the French came, there was also the French, and the French language and the French culture also. So which makes that Morocco is a multicultural country, a multilingual country, language, where you have a lot of languages being spoken. English, French, Italian, German, Russian, but officially Arabic is the language of the administration. At school it's Arabic also, but French was before Arabic. And it's only 2000 that there was an act that says that all the courses should be taught in Arabic. But we were taught in French, and there's the generation in 2000, and there was a system of Arabization of the school, which means that scientific classes were taught in French, then were taught in Arabic. Also, now in the Constitution of 2011, local dialects or local languages will also became official, which means 3 other languages, which is the Amazigh language, then that become also official and the part of the teaching of languages that were used at school. Then you can look at the diagram there that shows you a kind of the number of people that speak different languages. That's why the issue of languages is a little bit controversial, because when it comes to school, now there is a new tendency towards moving from French style of teaching into the English style of teaching. Now, because now things a little bit becoming more and more diverse in terms of schools, because there are some schools that are teaching in French, public schools are teaching in Arabic, and other private schools are teaching in French, and others are. It depends also, they present a choice for parents of where they want their university to be for their children. If they want their children to be taught in America, for example, they will just shift to the American style of teaching. If they want their children to move to French, Europe, and this, they will. We have in the north, we have also Spanish that is being taught in schools. That's why we have been always like this. So, and we coexist with this, and we are tolerant to everybody's tendencies in terms of the education. But the curriculum is always the same, although the lessons are taught in different languages, which means that it's the Ministry of Education that imposes the national curriculum. That the subject disciplines, for example, are taught in different languages. It doesn't mean that each school is choosing its own curriculum. No, it's the main state curriculum, but taught differently. Then, okay, moving to the deaf community.
Yeah, in Morocco, the population is quite profound. It's a big number, and so Yeah, the deaf persons are referred to or identified among the handicapped mainstream society. And basically, we're going to explain in all these categories of the three categories on our projection. So the first one is the profound, and then we have the moderate, which is a 1.0%, and those are the persons who have actually had hearing before, and the 2.3% of mild hearing loss. Here we're going to look at the age brackets within the categorization. Those in the ages of 15 years, it is 4.6%, and between 15 to 59 is 30.3%, and 60 years and above is 65.1%. And the list of different reasons as to why we have this kind of situation. In the past times, when we had deaf persons being taken...
In the past, when babies were born, they were given antibiotics, which then caused deafness. And in the medical field, this was not well known at the time. Hence, we sit with a much older group who still have a lot of deafness within the family. There's also a grouping that carries the DNA specifically for the deafness, and then that will then carry on through the generations, and this will then carry on. Okay, so that's why we have such a big
I
group.
just want to add something, is that, like Nizar said, is that if you look at this graph here, right, you say that 65% are 60 and more. And it's mainly because in Morocco there was a lot of marriage between families, the same families, and which caused a lot of deafness. And also because of lack of medication at that time. Now, the moment the government, in 1991, there was a strong national program of vaccination against different causes of deafness and different causes of disability. That's why you have the number of deafness have reduced a lot since that time. Now, about the history of deaf education, the first School of the Deaf was created in 1947, and it was created in the Jewish school of Casablanca, and it was mainly oral, because at that time when the national schools for Jewish schools in all cities were created, they just stressed that in every school there should be also a deaf school, because there was a big deaf Jewish community. And at that time, they did not have it just for Jewish population, but was also open to Muslim population. That's, again, moving to the cultural issue of Morocco. We have always been a country of tolerance between different religions, which means we have never had any kind of problem towards each one because we had Christians there that are still there with churches everywhere, but we all live there with a lot of tolerance. That will also be showed up in different other schools that were created in Rabat and in Casablanca. And in Rabat and Casablanca, there were also schools created, but were given also, the seat of the school was given by the Christian church in Rabat and the Christian church in Casablanca. And also when we move to the north, when it is closer and was under the Spanish colonization, there was also a school that was created by the Catholic Church from Madrid in 1968. Right. Now, again, although we have those schools, we did not have a lot of people that had the opportunity to go to school. That's why we have about deaf community, 77.4% of people are illiterate. And many, very, very small number of deaf people have access to go to university. Just a kind of background before we can move to our project. No, in Morocco now, we have different projects for the deaf everywhere, because we have different schools, different associations, different centers, but all the centers are run by their own boards and also implementing their own programs. Because we don't have really a big problem of funding in Morocco. We have funding everywhere because of our location there, near to Europe, right? We have a lot of funding coming from different organizations and also funding different schools. So there were many projects that were already started, like the Moroccan Sign Language Grammar Curriculum, which remained really limited in its scope because it was not adapted officially. Again, it was just an initiative by a researcher in Rabat University, which then started in 2017 to 2019, and it's still ongoing now, but it was not standardized all over the country. We have also different centers in different places. Everyone is following a system. You may find some that are following the French system, others that are following the Spanish system. It means that because the teachers like Nizar were taught in Spain, then they would be teaching the Spanish system. The schools, for example, of Casablanca, because they were French, teachers were trained in France, then they will be using also. Now in the south, where ASL volunteers, Peace Corps volunteers were there, they managed to develop certain programs also there. Then we have also a national strategy 2019-2030, which is mainly moving into inclusive education, but also under the motto, no child will be left behind, that is trying to move forward with the conditions of people with disabilities or children with disabilities in Morocco. Then we have this project of bilingual education, which is also endorsed by the Ministry of Education, that I will be on the map. You can have different centers that are for the deaf. The marked in red talk about public schools, public classes, mainstreaming classes that are for the deaf. And those here in green, they have 4 associations that are centers for the deaf, which means that it is where you have their own boards and their own teachers, not following, that they are not paid by the ministry, but are paid by their associations. Whereas the ones that we have here, they are public teachers and classes that are in public schools, which can, about 90 mainstreaming classes. 10 minutes? All right. I will make my friend talk about the situation of interpreters in Morocco.
on the issue of interpreters in Morocco, do we have professional interpreters or not yet that? We basically not had professional interpreters yet. We do not have accredited or qualified sign language interpreters, and we do not have professional trainings yet. We've had a project where we have offered actually trainings to different persons, but the outcome or the results of professionalism in interpreting has not been attained yet in Morocco.
Again, it's sorry because his presentation is in Spanish and one is there in English. And because we have a multitude of languages, right? That's why we are struggling with this linguistic issue, right? So again, all the teachers are not or have never been trained to be teachers of the deaf. And also, few teachers are deaf in those public schools, because to get into the public school you need to have a certificate, and certificate at the university, and you need to be a licensed teacher. And a deaf person will have never had this opportunity to get certified for what he learned, because mostly they stopped at primary school, and therefore they had very few of them had this opportunity, especially those that became deaf later. Only those that had the opportunity to go to university. And those who got this opportunity to go to university, mostly they are people who can't use sign language. And therefore, even because now there is a program, national program, that allows people with disability, because before there was a quota to have jobs, which is 7% every year. Now there is a program which is, they have, people with disabilities have their own way, their own posts created by every ministry every year, which means that we moved from 7% to 100%, but it's an exam where all people all over the country compete for about 200, 300 positions every year, because before it was just 7%, it can get to 10 people being hired, or now it's every year the number is improving, but having just deaf people together with people with hearing, that are blind, with people that have physical disabilities, that's being competing on about 200 to 300 jobs every year in the government, I mean. So because that's the policy for the government now, is to give people with disabilities this opportunity to just have their own entrance exams within necessary facilities with sign language, for example, during recruitment. And it was part of the committee that was monitoring the exams, and we insisted on the fact that if there is a deaf person and there is an interview, there should be an interpreter, and also for the blind people, there should be also people who are blind who are in their juries, right, just to be a little bit doing something, an exam for, but with the same concept of nothing about us without us. Concerning the methods that are used, we have schools that are using the oral method, the good speech, total communication, bilingualism, and also the no method method. Okay? Which means that people just just wanted to, yeah, it's no method because it's just doing things like they want, because teachers, they find themselves, they don't know, because they want to teach the deaf with the hearing style, and the hearing, because they find themselves there in a situation they have been never trained to teach the deaf, and therefore they just want, well, all right, let's find a solution, right? I know that you will laugh about this, that's why I made it just for you. Okay? Right, I just want to move to the project. So, this project of bilingual education came after research that was conducted everywhere, and that I myself conducted at the University of Rabat, and which came into trying to explore what are the needs and what are the demands from the deaf's perspective, from the teacher's perspectives, and also from the parents' perspectives. This problem statement right there. It's a bilingual deaf education project. It is sponsored by USAID, implemented by Deaf Tech Systems USA, and where a lot of partners are part of it, which means our university will be conducting, together with an accredited training for both teachers in service, pre-service teachers, and also with the University of UTK of Tennessee in Knoxville in the United States. And the project just started a few weeks ago, and we had the Ministry of Education that is also involved, and also the centers for the deaf are also involved, because we found out that although all these schools are there, they still don't need. Then raises the issue of bilingualism and multilingualism, because if we talk about hearing people, it's not a problem because they can manage to find their ways. But the moment we talk about deaf education, there it is, we need to really find a quick solution about which really language we need to adapt at schools. Because a deaf student may be exposed to about 5 languages. Before Arabic is spoken at school, and his mother speaks one language, his father speaks one language, and his neighborhood speaks another language, a third language, which is the Moroccan Arabic, which means that we can find people speaking the Amazigh language, and his mother speaking another Amazigh language, and therefore you will have, and the child, once he goes to the school, he needs to be taught sign language, which means it's just a question for the wise people here to give me an advice about how we can proceed. So the tracks for these projects are in-service training for teachers, pre-service certified training for trainee teachers, and sign language documentation, and also training of deaf leaders, because those will be the leaders that will be working in schools and in associations. I was going to explain something right here, but just because Mr. Akash is yeah. You should direct it to your eyes. Right. Anyhow, I think it's enough, because I don't want to go into other people's time. Right, but I will open here if you have any questions regarding this project and regarding also the deaf education. But it's very important is that it's any project, any ideas that you have, you should always try to think globally, to think about liaising with other people, and also to have very, very strong people to write about projects, because I'm sure that what worked here, it started here, it can also start elsewhere if we have very strong deaf communities, deaf leaders, and also very committed researchers at universities that can also work hand in hand with deaf people, deaf organizations, to start something from the deaf to the deaf. Thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you so much, DEAFNET, for this kind of coming together and also trying to empower different deaf persons and building sign language. We really hope that we can do it much more better in Morocco as well. And the moment we can have all this approved in our government structures or systems, and then as Africa, we need to make sure that we have sign language in Morocco accredited, and so should be in the other African countries. And in our research that we've done, it should be able to inform us on what to do, and it shouldn't be only be an advocacy matter with society, organizations alone, but we should work together as partners. And you must be able to give us, when we do the research, we should be able to identify new areas of studies and develop different projects so that we can be able to inform our societies. Thank you.
Voila. Time was up, but I insisted that both of them should have a summary. And I think his summary is giving us some of the resolutions that DEAFNET needs as we be going forward. So I hope the one taking records, you have taken that summary from my friends into cognizance. We'll include them in the resolutions of the conference. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what I said before, you see, it's happening in Morocco, that we have people who go into deaf education just because they're teachers. How they're going to communicate notwithstanding. They just go there. And this is what gives rise to all the methods that RC listed, and he saw me laugh, and we laughed together. How can we fix this? Teachers are not trained. Because if they're trained, then they'll know what bilingualism is all about. They'll not be mixing them. What do we do? For 3 years, I'm still asking the same question. 2022, we're still having the same presentations from our countries. What is it that we can do? One or two questions. Okay, yes, microphone.
Thank you. So I have a few questions. The first one is...
No. Look at the people and
Sorry, thank you. So the first part of the question is, are the teachers who are in classrooms being aided by a teaching assistant who is deaf? Or is it only a hearing teacher with very limited sign language or no sign language? And the second part is, what is the average level of education for somebody at secondary level? Do they matriculate and then not go on to university, or is it much lower?
The second one, we already have an answer, but we wait for them. Mr. Cook, come over. I want people to see you. And that will be it for now, right? Thank you, people. That will be it for now.
Thank you for the presentation. I think it's very informative. my question might link with the previous questions, and it's two-pronged. One is, has the research demonstrated any improvement for the learners accessing the content of what is being taught? And the second thing is there any indication that because of this, literacy levels might have improved?
Right. I will start with the question asked by Mr. Cook, is that, yeah, there is a research about that, about reading qualification and reading competencies by the deaf. That was done also in the grammar project that we said, and it showed that in some schools, yes, right, in schools that the only one or two that were bilingual, which means that teachers deaf and hearing, right, showed good mastery of writing skills and also of reading skills, voicing out in sign language, right? Second question related to literacy classes. Yes, we have this program in Morocco, okay, for long. But it's also something that can work because we have schools, they call them schools of the second chance. And these are schools that we need also to include in the program, and the ministry should include the deaf as part of this program. Because normally for the second chance in Morocco is a national program that is for children because that were involved in labor, in child labor, especially in spiritual cities like the city where I live, which there are a lot of children working in the art in the out city of Fez and Marrakesh and also Meknes, where they need their parents because of different reasons. They just send them to work, to learn professional work. Yeah, I think it's right. It can work, right? Regarding your question, that the teachers, they have never been trained or never trained to be teachers of the deaf. They just because of the national program, they have different criteria to select those teachers, but not based on their knowledge about, and the same thing, not just for the deaf, it's also for other disabilities, right? It's true that they say that the teacher should be bilingual, French and Arabic, and also that should be not more than 35 years old, okay? But still no requirement. At the moment, mainstreaming started in Morocco in 1990. There was no requirement that there should be a knowledge about disability or about. Oh, regarding the people that are working in centers, yes, they are teachers, but there's people that manage to know a little bit to deal with deaf children. It's learning by doing, not learning because they attended. But it's later on, depending on different separate programs, started in Morocco with different cities, with different funding from different organizations, that the teachers manage to get training.
I just want to supplement on what my colleague has presented. And what Cook has actually asked is very important. How do we train these children from 0 to the age of 3? That is the time when children are going through the ECD, and and it is the best time that a child can be able to grow their cognitive ability. And if it is about the language, the facial and the manual features at this age is actually very critical that they will develop it. And for the deaf learners in this project, for example, there are very few deaf adults who have actually very few deaf models that deaf children can be able to benefit from. And so most of the people they see is hearing persons. And so for me, as my experience, for example, in Spain, you, I had at least a model that I could look up to. And so you could easily, as this person enters to train, you could easily see. And the child, when a child is born, can actually have that person that they will look up to. And so if you compared the hearing persons and the deaf persons, you would realize that the scale is not actually good enough. And if we have the bilingual mode of education, it would be much more helpful for deaf learners to be able to achieve and graduate as professionals.
Very interesting, but time is cut us off. Now, thank you very much. There too, we have gotten some issues of resolution that we can have in this. Nizar has made a very important point that in schools for the deaf, you have non-professional teachers in the classroom who do not know sign language and have no knowledge of bilingualism. And those are the people that they see in class. But the deaf adults who should be their role models are out there sweeping and keeping the compound neat. What image that this child grew up with? When I grow up, I'll just be a sweep like my fellow deaf person. People, we need to think. Next presentation is from Mozambique, a neighboring country to South Africa. It's going to be done by Inocencio Zinao Paulo Zambela. I've known this young man for a long time, although he's now graying. And I've known him when he was struggling with getting education, as a deaf person getting education at WITS, and then he went to the United States, now he's back, and he's back in Mozambique trying to empower the deaf people. We are so proud of you. And he's going to talk about killing sign language, and he's calling it linguistic genocide and linguistic rights and cultural identity of the deaf community in SADC, not only Mozambique, in SADC. So, DEAFNET, spreading the legs in each and every country. Inocencio, the floor is yours. Thank you.
If it's okay with everyone, I will be standing on the side because then I can see my presentation. My name is Inocencio Zandamela. I'm more ASL or SASL. I will, however, try to remember the signs that I need to use to ensure that everyone understands. We have a linguistic right as a deaf community. And a community that is oppressed based on their language has an impact on them. How does that make us feel? And the SADC community specifically is where we'll be looking at how they've been oppressed and why. So first of all, the objective of this communication
is to give an opinion on how our societies reacted to the linguistic genocide of the linguistic minority group ignoring sign language users. So in my speech, I will discuss about a few things. Sign language was basically non-existent for many years. The deaf communities carried that language forward. And it is our linguistic right. It is our human right to use South African Sign Language or any sign language as our language. I will also explain a little bit about linguistic genocide and how this has occurred. I'll be talking also to deaf culture and the challenges in deaf culture, what could be, how hearing people have a culture, and what deaf culture could be. I'll be giving you some information on that. We'll also speak of deaf identities and the challenges in the deaf culture. And then finally, research options and ideas. What we can do to go forward. Okay, so let's explain a little bit about linguistic genocide. As you can see on the screen, genocide really means the killing of something, right? How do you kill a language? How does this topic come forward? We use a language to communicate with each other. So how do you kill such a language? By oppressing it, by not allowing it to be used. When we were punished for using our sign languages to communicate, that was linguistic genocide. Language is used for communication. Just like you have English, Portuguese, we have sign language. As you have English or Portuguese, although spoken languages, we also have visual languages. Sign language being visual language. But they are both languages and equal in importance. Now, sign language, we have different sign languages belonging to different countries. And all over the world, we have different sign languages. It might be English as a common language between many countries. When you go from one country to the next, sometimes you're able to still speak English. But even within the English, there are differences. We have different sign languages: Mozambique sign languages, South African sign language, and American sign language, because they belong to the different countries. And they each have their own culture. Now let's look at bilingualism. That's when we have two languages. We can say that we can have two signed languages, and that can be bilingualism. We also have spoken language and sign language. We can have English and sign language. I can write in English, and I can use a signed language. So deaf can also choose to speak or not. And they can be users of both a signed and a spoken language. A combination of these will make them bilingual. So I think I've explained the second point on bilingual communication as well. But for a person to speak English and hear English, it is a audio-based language, whereas sign languages are visually based. Let's talk a bit about deaf culture. Many don't quite understand what deaf culture could be. But if you look at how the deaf communities came to be, the activities they do, behavior they display, and the way that they communicate, that is all part of deaf culture. Sorry, I'm just looking at my notes. So sign language encompasses everything. It is the main way that we communicate, and that influences our culture. And then it leads us to deaf identity. Deaf identity is also connected to the way that we communicate. As a hearing person, you will have an identity based on your spoken language. As deaf individuals, our identity is connected to our language. So it's important to have sign language. So with sign language, it needs to develop, it needs to grow. In the past, there were a few people who would participate in development of signed languages. And it would take everyone to work together. Sometimes a deaf individual would be alone and they wouldn't have any method of communication with their hearing families. But they would mix with other deaf individuals, grow their sign languages, and then from there develop and grow. The moment that deaf people would come together, communicate in their sign languages, would be the moment that sign languages would develop. Between countries, between societies, it would grow. The vocabulary, the way that the signs were used, that would all develop over time, and that part of sign language. Now, if we look at structure of signed languages, some people said it wasn't clear. If you look at a spoken language, they have a very specific system that they follow, grammar. But in sign language, it was thought it wasn't there, but it is. There is a structure. To give you an example, if I, as a person, goes to a house, pardon the interpreter's mistake, I would write in English, I'm going to that house, but in sign language, the structure would be different, but it's still the same message. And then when you look at the curriculum of education, of sign language specifically, that became very important because this is how we would teach our future generation, our children, how to sign going forward. Sign language binds us all together. And it is not something that we can do on our own, away from each other. When you're on your own, there's no one to communicate with, right? So when you get together and communicate, that's when language grows. Now, if we look at education, South African sign language is extremely important for communication and for connecting people. Without sign language, we cannot continue. It is our language. In the past, people used to say, oh, you're deaf, come, let's make you practice and go for therapy so that you can speak, use your voice and pronounce those words. And it just wasn't achievable for everyone. For a person who becomes deaf later in life, it's easier to use speech, for sure. But a person who's born deaf, they need to learn and have access to signed languages as a primary mode for communication. So, it is our linguistic right. What does that mean? It means that we have the right, as same as any other hearing person, to express ourselves in our own language. To express our needs, to express our wants, to express our dislikes. The World Health Organization and the United Nations, they all support us as a deaf community, that we have the right to use our language.
We shouldn't keep quiet. We should stand up. We have a law that supports our right to use signed languages. We have the UN Convention that's been signed by different countries. Many countries support the fact that signed languages should be supported. However, the implementation of that support is questionable. That still remains a topic for activism in each country.
So linguistic genocide. How does that happen? Like I said, genocide really means killing something or
removing it. And for us, that would mean taking away our language. Taking our language away means we have no means of communicating or connecting with people around us. Many children will sit in a classroom and a teacher will speak to them, and the children will think, but where's my language? Why am I not having access to the information? That's genocide of a language. When a deaf child grows up in a hearing home, it is advisable, and that child goes to the doctor. The parents are focused on fixing the child. The hearing must be fixed rather than looking at giving that child a language. And that is also genocide of the language. So genocide, linguistic genocide, is about killing our language. When we go anywhere as a deaf person to access some service of the government, they cannot support or help us because they don't know sign language. They expect us to speak to them. Again, linguistic genocide. They are forcing us to change. We need to force them to learn our language. We learn to read and write, sure. There can be an interpreter in place that can give us the access, and that will definitely assist in the communication process. I think I'm just going to summarize this last part. So there's a lot of so there must be research, more research done on the genocide of our language. People know that sign languages are the right of deaf people, but when it comes to implementing that right, it doesn't happen. There's still teachers who speak and don't sign. How is that child supposed to learn? The deaf are left behind again because it's written on the blackboard, expecting that deaf child to understand a written language, but there's no explanation in sign language. There's no attempt at creating understanding by the deaf child. Children are just left to copy, which doesn't give them a good environment to learn. We have adult deaf who are struggling to read and write. They struggle. They want to learn to read and write properly. But the teaching system is failing them. And it's not them, it is the teaching system. In Mozambique, when we look at education in Mozambique, they grab teachers, put them together, and talk about the rights of it, to education for all children, and saying, yes, it's wonderful, you can go teach at a deaf school, but they don't have sign language. It's genocide of our language again. Sometimes they will employ an interpreter, but they go, sorry, we can't pay this interpreter. That's linguistic genocide, because now I don't have access. I go to a courtroom. I have to tell my story. I need an interpreter, but they can't afford an interpreter, so I bring a friend, and they go, who's this person? You don't understand court rules. You don't understand the terminology used in the courtroom. So they kick the friend out. So again, I have no access, and that's linguistic genocide. In education, this is how a linguistic genocide happens. Often we have our own home sign language as well, because we don't have the opportunity to have connections with other deaf individuals, so that we can promote the signed languages that's being used. And it's not something that happens to most countries where they make a signed language official. They only focus on spoken languages. And again, that becomes linguistic genocide. Then we see the official announcements from government on any emergency situations. Deaf people are left behind. Again, we have no access. There's no interpreter, and if the interpreter is there, the person is only there for a short time. Maybe for the news bulletin, but when there's official announcements from government, we are left behind. Our language is not recognized or accommodated. Now we're talking about the process in deaf culture and how it works in deaf culture. Now in Mozambique, yes, thank you so much. I've noted the time. So it has been announced in Mozambique that all languages must be equal. And we were so excited about the announcement. In our culture, once we have an instruction like that, we start working together and we want to build towards our accessibility. Once we had that recognition, we want them to know that we have a culture connected to our language. Many of us have deaf parents, and we have a culture as a deaf community, but we also have the culture of our hearing parents. But those of us who have deaf parents with deaf children will have a deaf culture of their own, but you also have the mixed families of hearing and deaf, and then they will be bicultural because they'll have exposure to both cultures, hearing and deaf. Many deaf people are left alone at home, and then they don't have anyone to communicate with. But the moment they met other deaf people, that's the moment that they are able to grow their language, to be social. As with any other spoken language, it's about exposure. Now, deaf identity, just to summarize, deaf identity sees sign language as an extremely important component of the identity. You have hard of hearing people, you have deaf people, you have people who feel that they are, they don't have hearing, but they're not a disability. They accept their own deaf cultures. They use their sign languages with pride, and they then identify as deaf. Now, about research options, we see that there's a lot of linguistic genocide in sign languages, right? But we need to look at the systems. We need to look at where the genocide occurs and get our deaf people involved to stand up and act and be activists for their own culture. Don't just stop when you think you have reached your goal. We also need to partner with our hearing communities and make sure that we are strong together to achieve our goals. Thank you very much.
Wow. Gee whiz. People, this young man was struggling with Portuguese. This young man was struggling with one of the spoken languages in Mozambique. Are you counting with me? Now today, okay, he just told me that it was only Portuguese that he was struggling with. But look at his English now. And look at his presentation in sign language. What is a catch still doing here? The deaf can do it. He studied linguistics. We had Nizan before. DEAFNET. Congratulations, Reverend Ati. We can see how we're growing. Now imagine he was a principal of a school for the deaf. Imagine he's teaching the deaf in Mozambique, teaching them Mozambican Sign Language and English, or no, Portuguese. Himself a role model as a deaf person, and a good teacher. My boy, thank you very much. This is very impressive. This is wonderful, and you're a good example to all of us here. That when we are going back home, we know what to do. Nothing for us without us. Let the deaf people themselves demand sign language. Let the deaf people themselves demand bilingualism. Let deaf people themselves demand their identity. Like he has done. Sorry I cut you short, but it is not me, it is the program. Okay, thank you very much, young man. Sorry for, sake of time, we are not going to ask him questions. And if you want to ask questions, he's here. And if we begin asking him questions, we'll have the whole day, because what is presented is... Thank you very much. Thank you, and God bless. All right, our next presentation
So first of all, remember when I had announced that our presenters will be sharing their experiences with us, right? Pardon the interpreter's mistake. Remember the first presenter that we watched on the video, Dr. Fellinger? He is from the Netherlands. And he said, please, from Austria, and he asked that you please do not record his presentation, remember? You can take photos, indeed. You're allowed to take photos, but not video recordings, please. So please, you are welcome to take photos. You are welcome to take photos of Akash. I am here for you. And you can share it and frame it at home if you need to. Okay.
Thank you. Now, for our next presentation, we have a pair from Madagascar. We have Jeanette Raylisoa, and we have Lalaniana Naina. They will pronounce these names properly, when they're up here, who are going to make a presentation now. The two ladies, please. And just like Dr. Arsi and Nizar, we have a pair of a hearing and a deaf presenter. Both of them bring education of the deaf. Both of them have had experience in schools for the deaf. So both of them are going to present on the deaf education in Madagascar, with particular emphasis on the experience of inclusion, with 3 case studies that they are going to present. So thank you very much, ladies, and please do welcome. You have 30 minutes.
Thank you so much. Hello, everybody. Where is it? Yes. First of all, we would like to thank very much DEAFNET to invite us to participate in this conference. Thank you so much. Now, let us see what happened deaf education in Madagascar.
Technology is fixed. Your time is not started yet.
Thank you.
yours?
Yes, but PowerPoint. Mm-hmm. But I think that I can read it. I can read it. Okay. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. We can start. Thank you so much. We can see the photo of deaf school in Madagascar. This is the first deaf school in Madagascar, and it was started in 1950 by the Norwegian Missionary Society. And in 1974, the Norwegian Missionary Society handed over the management of the school to the Malagasy Lutheran Church. But the Malagasy Lutheran Church, deaf school, and the Norwegian Missionary Society still continue to work together. In 1950 to 1985, this is the one deaf school in Madagascar. And in 1985 till 1998, we have 7 deaf schools in Madagascar, and there are also 2 private schools in the capital of Madagascar. Let us talk about the learners, deaf learners. They come from different levels of life. Some are from very poor families, some come from working class, and some come from rich families. But in general, however, most of them come from poor families. Many deaf people have siblings, for example, 2 brothers or 2 sisters who study in the school for the deaf. There are deaf people who have deaf parents, or one of the parents is deaf. They really don't need to be motivated, but then the parents bring their deaf children to deaf school. But many hearing parents with deaf children need to be convinced to send their children to a school for the deaf. Deaf people from hearing families need persuasion before their parents send their children to study at school for the deaf, because there are many reasons. For example, parents live far away from the deaf school, because we see that there are only 7 deaf schools all over our country. And some are from poor family, so there is a financial problem. So, for these problems, some deaf learners come to school at the age of 14 years old, 18 years old, so 6 years old. So there is different ages, and it is difficult to start the education in one class. And how about the teacher? Teacher of deaf must train. Okay. So let's see the vision, mission, and objective of deaf school in Madagascar. Our vision is persons who are deaf or hard of hearing would be independent and live happily within the community in all levels, physically, intellectually, and spiritually. Our mission is to preach the gospel to the deaf through a comprehensive humanitarian education provided at school. And our objective is persons with hearing problem, either deaf or hard of hearing, can enjoy their right as full citizens in the community and can participate actively in various fields for their own development, that of their family, and for their country. So, sorry, can you help me? Deaf education in Madagascar. Learners go through 5 steps. Early intervention program, preschool, primary school, secondary school, high school, and technical classes, vocational training, and also our deaf school also train teacher for the deaf. Our vision, we have finished. Okay. Look at. Yeah. Can you help me? We have finished it.
Just mix it once. Just click it.
No.
So you forward your forward.
Yeah.
Is this the one?
Yeah. And the next? Where is the next?
That is the next one. Yes. Just wait a second. Is this the one?
We have finished it.
It's now from there.
Yeah.
Is this the one?
Is this the one? Let's talk about it. Okay.
There's only 7 slides. 7 slides.
We have talked about this. Yeah, from there. Okay. Mm-hmm. Not. No. Three. Let's three. Yeah, okay. Let us talk about the 5 levels that learners should follow. Early intervention program and preschool. And this program is specially for deaf. And in primary school, secondary and high school technical classes, they follow the program offered by the Ministry of Education. Yeah. Next. Yeah, okay. And about inclusion. In 2008, we started to implement inclusion in Madagascar. So we sent a boy in secondary level in mainstream school with interpreter. But the result is not good. He failed. And in 2011 and 2015, there is a project about inclusion. So we sent 12 learners to mainstream school with teachers, and they sit in one class, hearing learners and deaf learners. Teachers for hearing learners use spoken language, and the teacher of deaf use sign language. The result is good because both learners, hearing learners and deaf learners, there is a competition between them. Unfortunately, some parents reacted. They don't like the hearing children to study with deaf learners. So we move to another class, another school. And we did the same way as before, to send 12 learners, deaf learners with hearing learners in one classroom. There is good result. But it's just project and ended in 2015. So the 12 learners returned to deaf school. And in 2019 and 2022, there is a project of inclusion in Madagascar. So teachers in deaf school go to mainstream school to find, to identify if there is deaf or hard of hearing in mainstream school. And we found many hard of hearing learners with hearing problems. And we help them to bring them to the doctor some have to clean their ears, some need hearing aids, and so on. And we trained teachers from mainstream schools in our deaf school and explain to teachers how to teach deaf and hard of hearing. And after that, we follow up. And we can see and we can say that the attitude of teachers in mainstream school are changed. They start to think about learners, what happened to these learners who have learning problems. Maybe they have hearing problems, and so on. But it's only a project and ended this year. That is the inclusion in Madagascar. Now, the conclusion. The deaf education in Madagascar is very important because we provide good quality of education for deaf. And most of deaf learners who study in deaf education can face their life. They are independent. But our problem is the inclusion in Madagascar. The inclusion, but awareness raising, yeah, it's good. Social inclusion, it's good, but education, inclusion, education for deaf in inclusion, it's very, very bad in Madagascar. And threatened, we know, but it is a tendency about inclusion all over the world. And in Madagascar, we are afraid because most of budget are for inclusion. Inclusion with bad results. And thus, they decrease the budget for deaf schools. And we are afraid maybe deaf schools in Madagascar will be disappeared. And how happen to deaf people in Madagascar? Because inclusion means exclusion. Because it is said that deaf learners should study near their parents. But teachers in public school, they are not trained about deaf education. And for example, in Madagascar, in one classroom, there are the effective of learners is 90 or 80 or 60, and deaf, just few, 1, 2, but they don't care, deaf learners. Even they sit, deaf learners, in the back, but not in the front. That is our big problem in Madagascar. So now I'm giving to Mrs. Lala a free studies about inclusion, the result of inclusion in Madagascar.
Hello everyone. My name is my name is Janet Rarisa. And I can see this smile on you. Look at this. Look at me. My name is Lalitsa, and that's my sign name. I'm deaf. I will have a presentation tomorrow as well, and but for now, this is my. Today I'll be talking about deaf education in Madagascar.
Many parents apologies. So there is one young gentleman who had gone to school, and he had gone to FOMA, where it was education with other deaf children. His parents had decided that he needed to go there. But after a while, they felt strongly that it's too far to travel for the child to school every day. And they decided that their child would be transferred to a hearing school. And at the hearing school, this child will then be educated. They were disappointed at the deaf school that he would leave, but they let him go. He joined the hearing class, and he attended classes like everyone else. And as time passed, some issues popped up. There was no sign language. And as the only deaf person in the room, he had no access. And it was a big problem for him. Everyone else had learned new information in the classroom, and they were growing, but he was left behind. After class, he would go home like everyone else, and other kids would, after years, go to university, but he would have to repeat his classes every year, almost spend 2 years per grade, watching his peers leave school successfully while he has to stay behind, and still not understanding why him, as a deaf person, had to stay behind. And it went on for quite some time. At the old school, where he attended school with other deaf children, they came and tried to observe his progress. They saw the challenges and the problems, and they indicated to the school how important it was for the child to have sign language, and that he had to learn in sign language. But he would only have access to sign language once a week for a very short period of time in that one contact session, which was not sufficient for him to grow. So he would have time with the deaf school for a little bit, once a week, and then suddenly didn't come to school anymore, and he stayed home. His interaction with the hearing children was such that he was isolated, and he did not mix with the other kids, and it was very problematic for him. And after a while, he said he didn't want to go to school anymore. He didn't want to go to the deaf school anymore. And he stayed at home, and it was problematic for him. So that was a case study. Thank you so much. It was just a brief one. I know many of you have the same experiences, so I just wanted to share that with you.
Okay, thank you. So, you would like to emphasize that about deaf education, it's very important. And as I tell you before, most of learners are from poor family, so their parents don't care them. They just follow the education to school. And at school, we have a boarding school. And at school, deaf learners can enjoy the rights for education, for food, for clothes, and so on. But at home, oh, they are very poor. So, let's see some pictures of our activities at deaf school. There is the first one is a vocabulary course. The second one is Malagasy sign language. The third one, technical class, because we have different branches such as dressmaking, cooking, pastry. And for boys, woodwork. And we can see small children playing, dancing. And in the school, after 3 years studying in technical class, they got certificates and they can go home to find job. That's all. Thank you so much for your attention.
Is it finished? Because you have 2 studies left. 2 case studies left. Okay. Maybe tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Let us appreciate the 2 ladies from Madagascar. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's coming to a close. But before, I really hope, I was reminding you after every presentation that you pick up some points that we will include in the resolutions of the conference. I hope you have been doing that. Although we have somebody taking records, but you as a participant, you know, what do you get from all these presentations? You know, you write them down, then you give them to us, and then we will include them in a summarized form for the conference resolutions. And you see, whatever you resolve here, that goes to the Board of Trustees to be put into action in between the conferences that we have. Now, I'd promised to be given a token after every presentation, but I did not do that. I wanted to do it collectively, and so I'm going to call upon Labnes to come back here with me, and we give the the presenter's token of appreciation. And therefore, I'm going to ask, the Moroccans are gone. RC, Dr. RC. Okay. And then we have, of course, the Madagascar ladies. Please come back up here. And then we have Innocencio. Innocent, come. Dr. RC. All right, I'll take theirs, and if I forget to give them, it'll be all right. Okay, I will ask Reverend Pastor Pumi to come and take for the Moroccans.
Thank you so much. Love to everyone.
Okay, that Moroccan present token has been received by 3 different. So funny. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we heard the presentation from Switzerland, and it set the pace for the morning. It talked about mental health of deaf people and was related to language. And that is so important for us. He gave suggestions as to what we should do, and it was a simple thing. And he said isolation is the worst of mental health. And that is not only for deaf people. If you do not communicate and you live in isolation, you'll definitely go into depression. Are we going to do that? That was related to subsequent presentations where we heard that in many countries we don't have training for teachers of the deaf. Not only teachers for the deaf, but teachers who know sign language. And that was connected to Dr. Arsi and from Morocco, co-presented. But the bilingualism then becomes important. And I relate to that because I wrote my PhD on bilingual education. Nobody reads it. And if they read it, they don't implement it. And then we had the issues in DRC Congo raised by a minister in the government. And they're just starting to put measures in place to address the issues of language in deaf education. Language in deaf education. And I did caution you that although it is lumped together in the disability movement, be there, don't fight it, but get your right. And fight for your right to communicate. This is the only problem the deaf people have, communication. And what the doctor said was so important to me, because the deaf, 90% of deaf children are born of hearing parents. So they have a lacuna of language when they're at home. And then they go to school and the teachers do some UFO, some identified flying object. But guess what? They have each other. They have each other. And that is what doctor was talking about. That each other. Others look at them and empathize, and first of all, they give them a sign name. Connected to Inocencio's presentation, identity. And Inocencio said that to promote culture, you don't need to be in isolation. You need to be with others. And the deaf child is with others in the school. So language pops up in school and culture evolves in school. Do we have deaf schools in your countries? So how many are in isolation in the villages? And how many of them are into depression? How many of them have got mental problems? You saw the drawings that the doctor was showing us here. Go back and look at those faces. Identify them. And all you can do, don't take them to a mental hospital. Approach them, involve them, communicate with them. We now have a presentation from Madagascar. I've always had issues with this inclusive education. I've had a problem with it. If you have a problem with it, if you have a problem with me because I have a problem with inclusive education, then you fight me. I'm ready. I am ready. There's no way that you're going to take one deaf child into a class of 40 hearing people and then you say, we are doing inclusive education in my country. You are doing nothing in fact. You are creating much more problems for the child than doctor was raising. But what did the lady say? Inclusive education, but no results. You continue doing it. I'm saying you because it is you I'm seeing. And you've come from places where they're doing it. You are going back. What do you do? What are you taking away from this conference? What are you taking away from these good presentations? And now, this morning, remember, Dr. Fellinger is a coder. He comes from a deaf family. And we have had co-presentations here with the deaf people. And then we have a brilliant presentation from Mozambique by a deaf person. And things that he was saying, I've said for years. You didn't listen. But please listen to the deaf people saying it. I mean, if I'm telling you the shoe you have bought me is too small, it's hurting my legs. Take it back. Give me back my right size. That's all the deaf people are asking for. I'm upset now. But I forgive you because the doctor said we forgive each other and we understand one another. So I forgive you. Let us go for lunch, and around lunch you talk to me and my anger will come down. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of this morning's session. Enjoy your lunch. I'll see you back here at 2 exactly. Bye-bye. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to this afternoon session. This session is basically going to be workshops, and we have we've divided them into 4 parts. We're going to start with the Red Star process, and this is going to be what is Red Star and what does it entail. That is going to be presented by Marie Louise Kanda and then Miss Protencia Basilongo from DRC. And they're going to talk about contribution of Red Star process in human development of deaf learners. So the first group of people, if you can come to the front, we'll be happy. Okay, now these are our 2 presenters who are going to present to us the process of contribution of Red Star process in human development of deaf learners. May I remind you all of the mobile phones, smartphones, that please keep them on silent or switch them off as we go on with the presentations. Marlies?
She's deaf, so when she has to talk, she will just sign.
You, the right one. So
Only
one.
the right
Yes.
one. Okay, thank you.
You want to try it? And where should you point it? There? Yes, point it there. So I'm going back. Put it here, it's more straight.
Bon après-midi à tous. Nous allons parler de Red Star dans la suite de ce que nous avons suivi ce matin, le bilinguisme par rapport à l'éducation des sourds. Red Star, c'est une méthode, un programme, un processus Okay, thank you. Nous sommes donc dans la suite de l'éducation des sourds en utilisant les 2 langues, en commençant d'abord par leur langue naturelle, leur langue maternelle, la langue des signes. Red Star, c'est un processus qui a été découvert par les travaux de Madame Ina Sénécal, dont vous avez les photos sur la présentation. Elle a travaillé pendant 25 ans à Delabat School, bien qu'elle ait déjà, qu'elle soit retraitée, elle est tout de même revenue pour nous soutenir et pour donner davantage d'informations sur la méthode Red Star. Cette méthode, ce programme développe la langue des signes et
help to develop sign language,
la lecture et l'écrit.
help to facilitate also reading and writing.
Est un programme très simple à utiliser.
It's a very simple program to use.
Caractéristiques puissantes qui permettent de développer la lecture et
It helps some basic characteristics that help to develop.
nous voyons les couleurs.
When we talk about red stars, we see
Le
colors.
bleu et
We
le rouge.
take blue
Nous allons
and red.
commencer par le bleu,
We shall start with the red.
c'est-à-dire
That's to
la
say,
langue des signes.
the
Lorsque
sign language.
l'enseignant arrive en classe, il commence par
When
donner
the teacher is in class,
en
he
langue des
starts
signes à
by
ses
giving
apprenants,
information in sign language, by giving information in such a way that
les informations nécessaires. Ils enregistrent ces informations.
it gives them necessary information
en connaissances
that
et
they
qu'ils
can
auront
use to
l'occasion
transform
d'exprimer.
and express
Une
it
fois qu'ils ont enregistré les connaissances
once
que l'enseignant donne,
they have
ils ont,
registered the knowledge
besoin
given
de sortir,
by the lecturer.
et ils partagent ainsi les connaissances avec
They
leurs
therefore share the knowledge.
Je disais que cette méthode est très intéressante, elle est facile à
This method is very
utiliser.
interesting and easy.
Quand vous avez fini d'informer les enfants,
When you are done informing children on the blue color, you go
nous
to
n'allons
red.
pas très vite, vous allez suivre tout cela en détail.
You shall
dans une
follow
présentation
us
pratique.
in details from the practical presentation we're going to do.
Donc, cette méthode, elle est basée sur l'une des caractéristiques, c'est qu'elle est basée sur le développement naturel
This
du langage,
method has a
comme chez
particular
un enfant
characteristic that it is based
Lorsque
on
vous
the
avez
natural
un enfant
development
qui a des
of the
parents
language of the
entendants,
child.
il lui communique les informations nécessaires et il apprend à développer le langage à travers ce qu'il entend.
So the
Tandis que
child
pour l'enfant sourd,
develops following
qui
what
n'entend pas,
he understands.
il peut capter les informations dans sa langue naturelle, donc la langue
This
des
method
signes,
helps the child to capture
et
information
en
in his
utilisant
natural language
tous les autres sens qui lui restent.
and using other senses that he has, like to see, touch,
Et il peut donc à travers les différents sens et
and
pouvoir,
other
enregistrer
senses
l'information nécessaire.
capture the necessary information.
Je l'ai dit tout à l'heure,
As I
la
said
star se compose de
earlier,
deux sections, la section bleue et la section rouge.
there are two
Le
sections,
bleu,
red
langue des
and
signes,
blue.
et le rouge, langue écrite, langue parlée pour
Blue
écrire et pour
language
lire.
of sign and red language written.
Red Star
spoken.
utilise une passerelle, c'est-à-dire
Red
un
Star
pont
uses
pour
a
pouvoir
track
vérifier que l'enfant lit avec compréhension.
to help
L'enseignant est appelé
verify that the child reads
en
with
anglais, nous disons
understanding.
ça le bridging, c'est-à-dire vous avez
So it's a
donné la-
kind of
l'information nécessaire
bridging.
sur une expérience vécue, une
You give
expérience
information
d'apprentissage
on a
vécu.
given
Vous donnez les
experience.
informations, les enfants les enregistrent.
You give
ils
the
se sont
information,
capables
children register the information,
d'exprimer
and
ces
they
informations
later on register
avec beaucoup d'émotion, avec
register the information and communicate
chacun
it
sa façon
with emotion.
d'exprimer. Et lorsqu'ils les expriment, vous êtes toujours sur la section bleue.
When
Ils
they are
expriment
expressing
en
it,
langue des
you are
signes.
still on the blue side.
Et pour passer à l'écrit, l'enseignant prend
And
les
to
informations,
write,
les expressions,
the lecturer
connaissances
takes this
qu'il
information
avait déjà données aux enfants, que ces enfants
that
vont
he already
exprimer.
gave
Il les
the
prend, il
children.
passe avec à l'écrit.
He takes it
Sur le
to
rouge.
the red
Et les
side
enfants
where
apprennent
he
à
have to
écrire
write.
des mots.
The
partir des mots,
children
ils
who
vont
have to learn
construire
how
des
to
phrases.
construct
Il y a
phrases.
la grammaire qui va accompagner
Grammar,
cela. Vous le verrez dans la section
you see in the practical
Red
part
Star
of it.
se compose également de 4 étapes.
Starts are
Quatre
made of
étapes
4 stages
que nous devons respecter, que
that
nous devons
we
suivre.
must
La première
respect
étape,
or
elle
follow.
commence à la maison.
First step starts
L'enseignant,
at home.
avec son curriculum,
The lecturer or the teacher with his curriculum prepares materials for the
il
children.
commence par trouver
He
le
starts
sujet
by
de la
getting
branche
a
qu'il va enseigner.
subject of
Il
what he
détermine
wants
les
to
objectifs à atteindre.
teach, determines the objective
Et
to
ici, que pour
attain.
cette leçon-là, je dois préparer une expérience d'apprentissage et l'expérience
And
serait, par
after the
exemple,
lesson, he
une
prepares
visite,
an experience
dans une fabrication
or,
de
let's say, a
blé, de
practical
vin
session,
ou de quoi encore,
be in a
donc une
factory,
visite avec les
or
enfants et à
he
l'issue
can
de la visite,
visit
les explications en langue de
places
signes de ce qu'ils ont vu, etc.
where
Donc,
he can
l'enseignant
express
à la
that.
maison prépare déjà
So
le sujet
the
de la leçon
teacher
qu'il va donner en fonction
prepares
du programme
the lessons
et
that
en
he will give
fonction
the children
du centre d'intérêt de l'apprenant.
in
Pas en fonction de ce que
relationship
lui veut
with
le
the
centre
area of
d'intérêt
interest
des
of the
apprenants.
learner.
De sorte que la matière puisse passer facilement parce que les enfants sont intéressés, ça fait partie de leur vie, etc. Donc, après avoir préparé le sujet, les objectifs,
After
l'expérience
preparing the subject,
d'apprentissage, il va s'amener en classe, il
you
annonce
have to
le
take
sujet,
it to
il
class,
présente les objectifs,
prepare
et
the
avec les
objectives
enfants,
with the
il
children,
passe à l'expérience
and
qu'il
he
avait
goes
préparée.
further
Si c'est une
for
sortie,
the
il sort
experiment
ensemble. Si c'est
to
un
show
manuel qu'ils vont
practically
exploiter,
what it
si
is.
c'est une image, si ce sont
If it is an
d'autres choses
image,
qu'il a préparées,
if something
passe à
that he
l'expérience
prepared
en langue
to
des
show
signes,
them,
il explique,
he
il
will
donne
then
l'information suffisante
explain it
aux
and give
enfants,
sufficient
qui
information
enregistre
to
toutes ces
children
informations,
that
qui
will
vont
record
transformer
all
à
this
travers
information.
matière grise
Then
en
they'll
connaissances
transform it
et foule de
in
connaissances. Ils
the
seront
material in
heureux
their brain.
de pouvoir partager ces connaissances. Lorsqu'ils ont partagé ces connaissances,
Once they've
pendant qu'ils
shared
partagent,
this
l'enseignant est en train d'écrire,
knowledge,
il prend les notes,
the teacher
des mots,
will take note of all that they are doing, the
la construction des
vocabulary,
phrases,
construction of phrases,
pour pouvoir leur apprendre la grammaire.
so as to teach them grammar.
Pendant qu'il prend note, à
While
l'étape
he's
suivante,
taking
l'étape
lessons,
numéro 3, il
move
va
to
commencer à montrer
step
aux
3.
enfants la différence entre la structure de la langue de signes et la structure de la langue
He will now need to show the children the structure of sign language and the structure of normal language.
Akash en a parlé en long et en large. Il ne faut pas utiliser ce que nous, du côté francophone, nous disons le français signé. On apprend
It's
bien
not
aux
good
enfants.
to teach children with the language that we already know. It's good to teach children with sign language following all the parameters and all the measures of that particular language. And when you come to the written part of the spoken language, you show the difference.
Comment la phrase est structurée
You show the structure of a phrase
en langue parlée.
in spoken language, what is the grammar of spoken language,
La structure de la langue de signes.
and what is the structure of sign language. The fourth stage is the last stage. You take all these information you've had on the blue and you bring them on the red. Then you exploit them, the vocabulary, phonetics and preposition, conjunctions, and so on and so forth on the red.
Pour vérifier que les enfants lisent avec
To
compréhension
verify
et
that children are reading
vous allez retourner sur le
properly, you have to
pour
go
leur
back
poser
to
la
the blue
question.
to
Sur
ask
base du
questions.
questionnement, ils vont répondre et vous allez
Based
dire,
on the question, they are going to be giving answers
en langue des signes et vous
in
faites également
sign
le pointage.
language,
Vous allez encore
and
écrire
you also
et ainsi de suite.
take note.
Voilà un peu en bref ce que nous pouvons dire sur
This
sur la
what
méthode
we have to say about the Red Star method.
à travers la partie pratique qui aura lieu tout à l'heure.
You shall learn more with the practical session we'll have shortly.
Je pense avoir tout dit.
Hope
Maintenant,
I've said
nous allons
all.
passer à la deuxième présentation,
We'll
celle
go
qui
to the
montre
second
la
presentation.
contribution réelle de cette méthode
we shall see how these methods contribute to human development.
Ici, j'aimerais que
Here,
elle-même s'exprime,
I shall
dise
permit Hortensia
la
to
rencontre avec Red Star,
express herself for her encounter with Red Star, what she has learned,
et pourquoi
and
elle est venue jusqu'ici.
why she,
Elle n'est pas enseignante, elle aspire aux études universitaires. Elle est venue
a teacher,
approfondir Red Star.
she came
Tu as la parole.
to take it further. Over to you.
Contribution de Red Star au processus, Red Star process au développement humain des
The
apprenants.
contributions of the Red Star process in human development.
Nous allons suivre Mademoiselle Potencia.
We shall follow
Son plan,
Miss
elle a
Potential.
décliné en 4 points.
She
Le premier
has
point, Red Star en 4
planned
étapes.
it in 4
Je l'ai
steps.
déjà expliqué. Maintenant, elle va commencer directement par se présenter et ensuite elle va nous
She will
expliquer
go further,
l'impact
do her
de Red Star
presentation
dans sa vie.
and show us the impact of Red Star on her life.
Je réponds au nom de Potencia.
I shall answer on her behalf.
Elle appelle son nom.
She's spelling her name
Et son signe.
and her sign.
Elle est de la RDC.
She's from RDC.
Je suis né à Kinshasa. Le 14 octobre 1999,
14 October
je suis né d'une fratrie de 4 enfants,
1999.
2 filles et 2 garçons.
I'm from a family of 4, 2 girls, 2 boys.
Je suis né avec un poids faible. Ainsi, on a décidé de me mettre dans la couveuse. Et le dysfonctionnement de la couveuse m'a rendu sourde.
And the dysfunctioning of the incubator made me to become a deaf person.
La période de deuil. Les parents se sont rendus compte que je suis sourde quand j'étais toute petite, à l'âge de 2 ans.
Discovered that I became deaf.
Un jour, papa est venu à la maison. J'étais en train de jouer. Il a klaxonné longtemps et je n'ai pas entendu.
He horned for long and I did not hear.
Lorsque maman est sortie, ils se sont rendus compte que je suis sourde et ils m'ont amené auprès des médecins. Les médecins spécialistes ont confirmé que je suis sourde et ils ont encouragé mes parents à m'accompagner pour pouvoir progresser et étudier. Elle a observé elle-même, et nous, les encadreurs et ses parents, que l'utilisation de Red Star a un impact positif sur sa vie personnelle. Red Star lui a permis de développer l'estime de soi. d'avoir confiance en elle-même. Et c'est dit, je suis donc, grâce à l'aide à Red Star, elle a appris à lire et écrire. Je suis donc intelligente comme les autres et je peux poursuivre les études universitaires. Elle captait les informations en langue des signes. Elle a appris à lire et à écrire et la famille l'a soutenue, l'a accompagnée jusqu'aujourd'hui. D'ailleurs, sa maman est dans la salle. Preuve qu'elle l'accompagne partout. Avant de venir ici en Afrique du Sud, ayant senti le besoin de poursuivre les études universitaires et comprenant que Red Star était très utile, elle s'est entraînée avec les apprenants sourds d'une école qui était en vacances. Et même après cet entraînement, nous l'avons invitée à la formation Sokomo. Elle et sa maman, elle a participé et elle a vraiment impressionné les autres leaders sourds. Parce que, en tant que participante la plus jeune du groupe, elle a joué le rôle de secrétaire, elle a fait les rapports, tout comme les autres secrétaires, et elle s'est sentie capable de faire les autres tels que les autres le font. Par rapport à la dimension sociale, comme elle l'a dit tout à l'heure, elle est accompagnée par sa maman qui a suivi avec elle la formation, l'entraînement en Red Star. Elle aurait voulu aussi l'accompagner à de la Bad School pour suivre. Elle est venue, elle n'a pas pu visiter parce qu'on n'avait pas l'autorisation préalable. Et puis, il y avait beaucoup de stagiaires. Donc, elle a juste visité l'école, elle est restée, elle l'encourageait pendant 2-3 jours et elle est partie. Toute la famille témoigne de l'épanouissement de Potentia concernant la communication. À travers Red Star, sa maman a appris aussi la langue des signes. Elles peuvent communiquer convenablement et Potentia a pu développer son projet personnel pour les études supérieures avec sa mère parce qu'elle a appris suffisamment la langue des signes. Elle veut donc aller à l'université pour apprendre plus, devenir plus et soutenir les autres à l'avenir. Donc, comme je l'ai dit, pendant la formation Sokomo, les autres leaders étaient étonnés par rapport à son âge. Elle a participé dans les travaux de groupe, dans les mises en commun. Elle était secrétaire rapporteur et tout s'est passé très bien à l'appréciation de tous. À l'issue de cet atelier, elle a développé donc cet altruisme, davantage apprendre, avoir beaucoup plus de compétences et servir les autres. En conclusion, la méthode Red Star a démontré ses preuves positives dans la prise en charge des enfants sourds comme processus d'intégration multidimensionnelle. Il n'y a pas que la communication, il y a d'autres aspects du développement humain qui sont améliorés. Elle souhaite vraiment que les liens entre DEAFNET et nos pays se pérennisent et qu'une grande sensibilisation soit faite au niveau des pays pour qu'ils puissent aussi faire bénéficier aux autres enfants de Red Star Process dans nos pays respectifs. DEAFNET puisse multiplier des rencontres de ce genre de sorte qu'on échange d'expériences et de connaissances. Maintenant, elle présente les remerciements. Ces remerciements s'adressent d'abord à DEAFNET pour l'avoir invité, l'avoir accepté. à DEAFNET, elle a cité Sanjay. Elle remercie aussi notre organisation, la Fondation Bolamu, et ses 2 enseignants, interprètes qui l'ont encadré jusqu'ici. Elle dit merci beaucoup à Maman Ina qui a découvert cette méthode qui soutient beaucoup les sourds et qui améliore leur niveau de compréhension, tout comme les entendants. Merci à tout le monde.
Thank you to everybody.
Elle a des suggestions.
She has suggestions.
Elle souhaite que le partenariat s'établisse entre DEAFNET et nos pays en vue de pérenniser les acquis des projets réalisés, en se rappelant de Socomo, du VIH et de Red Star. Puisse DEAFNET organiser d'autres formations et rencontres de sourds pour échange d'expériences et d'expertise. Merci à tout le monde.
Thanks to everyone.
Merci beaucoup, Dr.
Merci beaucoup, Dr. Akash. Oh, no, okay, that was you, okay. All right. Just like we promised this morning, that we'll have wonderful presentations by wonderful people. Now here again, we're having a co-presentation by Marie-Louise and the young lady, Pontancia. And she's talking about the benefit of the Red Star. And she's studying now. And you could see that she's proud of herself. So at least, Marie-Louise, thank you very much for this program from Mayor Ina.
Merci pour ce programme.
Just like the DEAFNET policy is, that we go into the other countries, and we now see the benefit of this great program that was developed here in South Africa. If you want any clarity, I think it will become clearer as we present the next workshop, which maybe will be demonstrating how the Red Star works. Okay, now I'll ask you to... any question?
Si vous avez des questions.
Question? None. So, ladies,
il n'y a pas de questions.
We'll call back you later if there are questions during discussions. Thank you very much.
On va vous appeler si vous avez des questions, si on a des questions pour vous.
So before we continue with our next presenter, I would like to make an announcement. And I'd like to have your attention for this one. I would like to make sure that all of you have come through COVID-19 and that you are still okay. I know that many of you have had vaccinations. We don't wear masks anymore. We are now allowed to have international flights again, so that we can have this conference in person. But various governments have different regulations regarding the vaccinations. In order to return to your country, you might require it or not. Maybe you have complied with that to arrive in South Africa. But please make sure that you know what the regulations are for your country to return, specifically regarding regulations for COVID-19.
Les régulations pour le COVID-19.
If you have not got it,
si vous n'avez pas,
you might not have a successful flight.
Si vous
Make
n'avez
sure
pas
that you
fait cela,
have
vous
your
n'aurez pas été
vaccinations
ici.
or testing done according to the regulations of your country.
J'espère que vous avez bien
Make
fait
sure
les
that you
tests
have
en fonction des
sufficient
régulations
time
de votre pays.
to do what you need to do to get that vaccination or the test.
Il faut tout faire pour faire
Have it
ce qu'il faut
done
faire pour
early
avoir le
enough
vaccin.
so that you can take your flight back home. Please, COVID-19 has not disappeared.
S'il vous plaît, le COVID-19 n'est pas encore fini.
It's not as bad as it was, but it's still
Ce
there
n'est plus
because we
aussi
are all
mauvais que
following
c'était, mais
the
ce n'est
rules.
pas tout fini. Il faut
So
toujours
thank you
continuer
so
à
much.
suivre les règles.
Okay, now back to our next presentation.
La présentation suivante.
We're going to have group reports now. Sorry, we're going to have group reports. And the first feedback on register process. So we're going to have Lucy Nadime Kimbeo from Cameroon to give us a feedback on register
Donnez-nous un
process.
compte rendu de register.
Will be followed by Chad, by Indingwim, the Joradil from Chad, and then we'll have Balkissa Mokelo from Mali, and then we'll have Potentia from DRC. She has already been here, so I don't know whether she'll be coming back again. All right, first up, thank you very much.
Merci.
Bonjour à tous.
Good morning to everyone.
Je me nomme Balkissa.
I'm called Balkissa.
C'est ça mon signe.
This is my sign.
Je vais présenter ce que nous allons faire d'ici là. Il
shall
s'agit
present
des étapes Red Star.
what we have done here.
Nous allons visiter une ferme. Et dans cette activité, nous avons défini comme objectif les élèves, à la fin de la leçon, les élèves seront capables d'identifier le nom des animaux.
What the children have to get at the end of the lessons, the name of animals.
Bonjour, bonjour, bonjour les amis.
Good morning, friends.
Bonjour, mettez-vous.
Good morning, friends. You can sit.
Comment allez-vous? Nous allons bien, madame.
How are you? We are fine, madame.
Aujourd'hui, nous allons parler des animaux de la ferme.
We should talk about animals in the farm.
Nous allons faire une sortie et nous allons visiter une ferme.
We shall go out and we shall see
Ça va? Allons-y.
fowls in the poultry. So we have animals in the farm.
Vous voyez là, nous sommes dans la ferme.
As you can
Il y a
see, we
différents
are in the farm,
animaux.
and there are various types of animals.
Prenez le temps d'observer chaque animal.
Take time and observe each animal.
Qu'est-ce que tu as vu? J'ai
What
vu le porc.
are you seeing? I'm
Il
seeing
est
a
gros.
pork.
J'ai vu la vache.
I'm seeing
Oui, la vache.
a cow.
C'est ça, la vache. Qu'est-ce que tu as vu encore? Christian, regarde. C'est ça le signe
What have you seen
de
again?
cheval.
I've seen a horse.
Qu'est-ce que tu as vu encore?
What
Qu'est-ce
have
que
you
vous
seen
avez vu?
again?
Hortensia, le porc,
I've
sa peau
seen
est velue. Il y a des
a
poils qui
pig.
piquent. Le porc, non, non,
I've seen
le
a
vache.
pig.
Le vache,
And
la vache plutôt nous procure du lait.
I've
Comment la
seen a
vache
cow.
marche?
How does a cow walk?
Le chat.
I've seen
Le chat
also
sent mauvais.
a cat. A cat
Le chat sent
smells
mauvais, très mauvais.
bad.
Non, non, le chat ne sent pas mauvais, le chat est propre.
The cat does not smell bad.
Qu'est-ce que vous avez vu encore?
It's clean.
La
What
poule.
have you seen again? I've seen fowl.
La poule.
A fowl.
Où est la poule?
Where
Voilà
is
la
a
poule.
fowl?
Le corps de la poule est comment?
How is the
La-
fowl
le corps de
designed?
la poule est couvert de plumes.
It has feathers.
Il marche comment?
Fowl
Plutôt,
has
elle marche
feathers
comment?
on its
Elle marche
body.
avec deux pattes.
How does it work? He works with
Montre un
two
peu
legs.
comment marche la poule.
The fowl works
C'est
with
bien?
two legs.
C'est comme ça que marche la poule?
No, the fowl works with four legs.
Non, non.
Is
Ça,
that-
c'est la vache.
That
Voilà
is
comment
a
la vache
cow.
marche.
A cow works with four legs.
La poule, c'est une femelle ou un mâle? Non. La poule est
Fowl,
femelle.
Is it male or female? It's female.
Comment marche la poule?
How does the fowl work?
Non, moi j'ai vu la poule pondre des œufs.
Fowl
Elle a pondu un
lays
œuf.
eggs.
Voilà.
Has
C'est ça
laid
l'œuf.
an egg.
Voilà, on a fini notre visite. Nous regagnons la classe.
You see, we have finished our site visit or our field trip, and we're going back to the class.
Chacun de vous a pu observer
I think we've all
les différents
observed
animaux dans la ferme.
various animals in the farm.
Bakissa, qu'est-ce que tu as vu? J'ai vu la vache. La vache nous
What
procure
did you
du lait.
see? I saw a cow.
J'ai vu le porc.
I saw a pig.
Le porc marchait dans la boue.
The pig was moving in mud.
Le porc sent mauvais. J'ai
The
vu le
pig
cheval.
smells bad.
Le cheval galope.
Horse gallop.
Très bien.
Okay.
Comme ça, chacun de vous va dessiner l'animal
So each,
qui a attiré
each
son attention.
person has to draw the animal that caught his attention.
Après avoir dessiné,
Having drawn this,
ça c'est le cheval.
this is a cow, this
Voilà
is
le
a
signe de
horse,
cheval.
that's a sign of a horse.
Il a bien dessiné. Oui, il a bien
He
dessiné.
has drawn it, well drawn it.
Mets-toi debout. C'est quoi? C'est le porc.
Stand up, what's that? It's a
Le
pig.
porc qui marche dans la boue. Le porc
And
aime
the
la
pig
saleté et puis il sent mauvais.
Or goes,
Très bien.
moves in the mud and
Qu'est-ce que tu as
likes
dessiné?
death.
Moi, j'ai dessiné la vache.
I've
La
drawn
vache
a cow,
qui broute
a cow
l'herbe.
that feeds on
La vache
grass.
broute l'herbe comme ça. Ça va. Après expérience, les élèves ont pu retenir
After the
les
field trip,
informations. Les
or
informations se
after
sont
the
transformées en
experiment,
connaissances.
the
Et
children have been able
cette
to
connaissance a
identify
développé l'intelligence.
the animals, and those
Maintenant,
animals
nous allons
form their
passer
intelligence.
à la troisième étape.
We go now to the third stage.
Troisième étape est intitulée le pontage. Là, nous utilisons deux couleurs, le rouge et le bleu.
The second stage, the third stage is
L'enseignant
to
présente
design
l'image
the
de la
colors,
poule.
red and blue.
Et pose la question, ça c'est quoi? Les élèves
The teacher will ask
répondent,
question,
il s'agit de la poule.
what is this? And they will say it is a fowl.
L'enseignant présente le mot,
The
La
teacher
poule.
will present the word,
fait la dactylologie de
Check.
mot la poule. Très bien. Toi, tu as écrit avec faute.
you wrote it with an error.
Présente encore l'image. Il s'agit de quoi?
Shows
C'est le
again
porc.
the image, and it's a pig.
Regarde le signe de porc. Voilà, très bien. L'enseignant encourage l'élève.
What's the sign of the pig?
Le porc.
Pig.
Couleur rouge, il s'agit de l'écriture.
Red
Présente le mot,
means writing.
le porc.
The pig.
Très bien.
Good.
L'image suivante,
Next image, please.
il s'agit de la poule.
Talking about
Vous avez vu à la
fowl.
ferme. Que faisait la poule?
What was
La
fowl
poule
doing?
a pondu l'œuf.
Had a fowl laid egg.
pond. Là, c'est le verbe pondre.
This is a verb to lay egg.
La poule a pondu quoi? Est-ce que la vache peut pondre?
The
Non.
fowl lay what? Can cow
La
lay
vache.
egg? No.
Non, non. On pose la question la poule. La poule pond l'œuf.
Fowl lays egg.
Voilà le mot, l'œuf.
That's the word egg.
Épelé. Très bien.
Good.
Vous avez vu à la ferme.
You saw it
Le
at
porc
the
faisait
farm.
quoi? Le porc marchait dans la boue.
Pig will go moving
Marcher dans la
in mouth.
C'est ça le signe
That's
de la
the,
marche du porc.
that's how the pig walks.
Marcher.
To walk.
Le porc marche.
The pig
Voilà.
walks.
Marche.
Walks.
Le verbe marcher.
The verb to walk.
Le porc a marché où? Au-dessus?
The pig was walking on or under.
Dans?
Inside.
Ah, il a marché dans la boue.
He walked
C'est ça le signe de la boue.
in mud. That's a sign.
Je repose encore la question. Le
I want
porc
to
a
ask the
marché
question
sur,
again.
sous,
The
non,
pig
c'est dans.
walked in
Voilà le
mud.
mot dans. Dans la boue.
Walk in
Et le
mud.
point à la fin de la phrase. Là, nous avons fini la troisième étape.
Here we are
Passons à la
done with the
quatrième
third
étape.
stage. We're going to the fourth step.
Lecture silencieuse. La poule pond l'œuf. La poule pond l'œuf.
Silence reading. The fowl lays egg. Fowl
Nous avons
lays
lu
egg.
en langue écrite et maintenant nous passons à la langue des signes.
We now go to sign language. We just from seeing written language.
En langue écrite, nous avons
In written
tout
language,
le
we
mot,
have
donc une phrase complète. Mais en langue des signes, c'est une langue codée
the sign
et
language is
il y a
a coded
d'autres
language.
mots qui ne sont pas signés.
There are some words that are not
Raison pour
signed.
laquelle, dans la couleur rouge,
In
on
the
place les
red
étoiles pour
color,
signifier qu'en
we
langue des
put
signes, il y a d'autres mots qui ne
stars
se signent pas.
to indicate that there are some words that are not signed.
Le porc marche dans la boue.
The
Encore.
pig walks in
Là, nous
the
sommes à la
mud.
couleur bleue,
Blue
la langue
color,
des signes.
sign language, blue color.
Nous avons fini les 4 étapes
We
de RSP.
have gone through the 4 steps.
Là, nous avons fini avec l'activité Red Star. Nous passons maintenant à la présentation de
We are
Red
done
Star selon les différents pays.
presentation of activities of Red Stars. That's the practical part. Now we are doing presentation.
Comme au début, je m'étais présentée, je
As
m'appelle
I earlier
Bakissa.
presented myself in the
Je suis
beginning,
présidente nationale de femmes sourdes.
I'm the national president of Deaf Women.
Depuis toujours, j'ai travaillé dans l'accompagnement pédagogique et l'enseignement
always
des
worked
enfants sourds du Mali.
To accompany children that
Et
are
basé
deaf,
sur le même principe que celui des encours au sein des écoles pour enfants entendants. En
the
tant que
principle is the
représentant
same
de
like that
l'éducation
of
des personnes
those
sourdes du
children
Mali à
in
Worcester,
school where they hear well.
j'ai observé que la méthode pédagogique Restar est très bénéfique aux enfants,
I noticed that the method Resta is beneficial to children.
car très bien adapté aux réels besoins d'accompagnement et à l'acquisition des principes basiques de
They help
l'écriture et
them
de
to
l'écriture pour les
adapt
enfants sourds.
well in learning as deaf persons.
Au Mali, en plus des manuels scolaires non adaptés, de l'incapacité visible de la majorité des enseignants non qualifiés,
In Mali,
à la pratique de la langue des signes, ainsi que des interprètes professionnels
including the
insuffisants,
manuals that were given to children, we have trained interpreters.
les personnes sourdes sont obligées de suivre le même modèle de programme d'enseignement que les entendants.
People are bound to follow the same style of learning like people that are normal.
Le système Restart Process n'a pas encore été expérimenté les temps au vu des compétences que le Mali vient d'acquérir par ma modeste personne, de l'implanter dans les brefs délais. au sein de ma structure d'abord, suivi des autres structures après, le besoin étant
the implementation of the RESTA method helps to
l'activité
blend
de
the
compréhension de la
two.
structure de la phrase conjuguée avec approche selon les différents temps, passé, présent, futur.
This style was to help them to learn in the present, the future, in the past.
Les stratégies d'implantation de la méthode RESTA au Mali, organisée dans des brefs délais, un atelier de sensibilisation sur l'importance de l'apprentissage de la méthode RESTA process.
The strategy consisted of
Organisé dans des brefs
implementing
délais
RESTA
raisonnables,
method in
une
everywhere in
formation des
Mali
directeurs et
and to
enseignants
make
à
it
l'acquisition
to be
des principes
available to
basiques
everybody to
de
learn.
la méthode RESTA process. Élaborer un programme scolaire personnel adapté sur l'enseignement de la structure des phrases écrites et lues aux enfants sourds de ma structure d'encadrement, tel que
We
vu et
also had
appris
as
au sein de la
focus
BAP,
to elaborate a
School for the
plan
Deaf
on
à
how
Rochester.
to follow a
Par
curriculum
exemple,
for the
les couleurs
children.
bleues indiquent comment est le chat,
For
gros,
example,
mince.
the blue color
La couleur
indicates
rouge
how
indique le nombre
is
1,
the cat.
2, 3, etc.
The
Cela aidant
red
les
color
enfants à
indicates
mieux comprendre.
what's the color of
Tout en
what.
remerciant DEAFNET pour le choix porté sur ma personne, les différents partenaires pour
we
les
should
moyens
thank
conséquents
DEAFNET
mis à la
for
disposition
choosing
pour la
me
réussite de cette formation,
and the
ainsi que les
partners
différents enseignants
to
de
be
la
part
BAT
of this training.
pour leur patience et le partage de leurs expériences. Je prends résolument l'engagement de faire de mon mieux pour implémenter et développer l'activité RESTA process
I take upon
au Mali.
myself the engagement to make sure I
Je vous
develop
remercie pour votre
RESTA
aimable attention.
methods in other parts of Africa. Thank you very much.
Bonjour à tous.
Good morning to everyone.
Bonjour.
Good morning.
Je vais parler de...
I will talk about...
Je suis Kembo Lucie Nadine, enseignante à l'école des sourds malentendants Sersom.
I am Kimbo Nadine, teacher in the School of Deaf
à Bafoussam au Cameroun.
in Bafoussam in Cameroon.
Après 2014, je suis arrivé en Afrique du Sud.
I came to South Africa.
Avec Madame Anne-Marie et Monsieur Tala Emile. La méthode RSP a eu sa place positive à l'école des sourds de Bafoussam, Sersom, au Cameroun. Une formation de la méthode RSP fut organisée aussitôt au profit des autres enseignants au Sersom dont j'en suis bénéficiaire. Les rapports de formation en Afrique du Sud de nos deux collègues ont été présentés avec des photos à l'appui. L'administration a appuyé cette méthode avec les matériels suivants: machines à plastifier, les papiers de différentes couleurs, les feutres, etc. Papier, etc. Une expérience naquit en prenant quelques enfants extérieurs pour travailler et à cela a bien marché.
And it worked well.
Toutes les classes ont appliqué la méthode RSP.
All the class applied the RSP
pendant les
method.
cérémonies et même dans les familles,
During
les parents ont vu un
and
changement
even
en leurs enfants
in
sourds.
the families and parents saw changes in their children.
Les élèves sont contents de la nouvelle méthode impliquée
Children
et ils apprennent
are
avec enthousiasme. Ils sont
happy with
enthousiastes
the
à
new
apprendre les nouvelles
methods
méthodes.
that was used to train them.
Vous pouvez voir que nos salles de classe sont bien ornées avec des images.
That the classes were well arranged with images.
Les techniques d'enseignement sur les projecteurs, vidéos,
Techniques
images
of
sont
learning
appréciables.
on projectors, video, images were appreciated.
Et aussi, les enseignants ont créé eux-mêmes leur manuel scolaire, des livres en langue de signes, des dictionnaires en langue de signes,
in
etc.
sign language and dictionaries in sign language.
Dictionnaires, etc. en langue de signes. Aussi, les constructions des phrases sont accompagnées par des différentes couleurs et les élèves mémorisent parfaitement et
the
facilement.
student memorized the process easily.
Vous voyez, comme vous avez vu chez les images, avoir une salle de classe spécifique en langue de signes, en plus d'amener chaque enfant à bien
sign
signer.
language is very important because it brings the child to sign well.
Repartir quelques disciplines spécifiques, tout comme le cas d'un collège, en vue de soulager les enseignants qui s'en chargent de toutes les disciplines.
We have some colleagues that will be in charge of some specific disciplines.
Renforcer l'école maternelle en formant beaucoup plus les élèves à signer.
To reinforce maternal education by training people.
Ouvrir une classe spécifique pour séparer les élèves normaux à part et les élèves mentaux à part.
To separate children with special needs from children with mental
pour éviter la confusion.
To avoid
les nouveaux élèves sourds de naissance adultes doivent apprendre un métier sur l'orientation de l'administration du centre. Pour qu'il n'y ait pas de confusion, il faudrait les séparer afin qu'ils soient plus focalisés sur leurs objectifs. De tout ce qui précède, nous demandons au bon Dieu de nous donner la force pour mieux encadrer les enfants sourds du Cameroun et former d'autres collègues. Nous sollicitons les aides techniques, matérielles et financières pour accomplir cette tâche. Merci pour votre aimable attention. Merci.
Thank you for your attention.
Je m'appelle Mbanjigum Djerangeli Christian, professeur spécialisé pour sourds.
I'm specialized for the deaf.
Le thème, c'est l'implication de RSP au Tchad. Avantages et difficultés. Au Tchad, RSP fut implanté dans deux villes, à savoir N'Djamena et
implemented in many towns, like in N'Djamena, the capital of our country.
Qu'est-ce que RSP?
What is
RSP est une méthode pédagogique spécifique à caractère bilingue en vue d'amener chaque enfant sourd à bien signer, à bien oraliser ou à bien écrire, à lire, à épeler. Elle consiste en deux sections, bleu et rouge. Bleu, c'est pour langue des signes. Rouge, c'est pour le français, anglais, arabe. Les images, les avantages de la méthode au Tchad. Les élèves ont le plaisir d'apprendre à travers les différentes couleurs utilisées pour accompagner les questions. Quoi, qui, comment, etc. Les élèves se placent au centre de leur apprentissage. Les élèves essayent de construire des phrases exactes. Les parents d'élèves se contentent de l'évolution de leur progéniture sourde. Comparaison. Notre observation en Afrique du Sud et au Tchad. En Afrique du Sud, les enseignants suivent un programme spécifique adaptable à la saison de l'Afrique du Sud. Ils avancent étape par étape.
Step by step.
Tout en gardant la leçon au tableau pendant au moins 2 semaines pour que les élèves maîtrisent.
The lessons on the board for at least 2 weeks so that children can assimilate.
Ce qui se passe au Tchad,
what happens in Chad is
les anciens suivent même programme scolaire des établissements publics.
Lecturers do follow the same program.
Aucune utilisation des couleurs, ni aucune autre manière pouvant amener les enfants CP1 à bien répondre aux questions quoi. Quand on pose question quoi, l'enfant répond pas. Maintenant, avec les couleurs, on pose question quoi, répond vite. Fais quoi, répond vite. Les difficultés. Salle de classe restreinte.
The difficulties we work in restrained classrooms. The use of the RSP in Chad has helped to solve this problem. Thank you very much.
Okay, yeah, you'll see towards the end that we've lost a few minutes. We came back from lunch 30 minutes late, so that was done. And now we've just lost 10 minutes. So we need to catch up with time. So quickly, our next presentation is from... Okay, we're going to have Red Star process presented by Maggie Krier. Is that correct?
Présenté par
Maggie. Makia Kricha. That was good. And you are two of you. And Miss Ackerman? All right, okay. So they're going to present to us the impact of Red Star process on literary skills of older deaf learners. Over to you.
Présenter l'impact de Red Star sur les compétences littéraires des apprenants sous des plus âgés.
If you have lost a cell phone, if you have lost your smartphone, would you please see Bra Eddie?
Si vous avez perdu
Bra Eddie is over here.
S'il vous plaît,
He's got your phone if you lost it.
Le frère Eric va vous aider.
So, hello everyone. These lights are very hot. Yeah, but hello everyone. I think this is the last presentation.
J'espère que c'est la dernière présentation.
But I don't really know what we want to say anymore because
Je sais plus ce que nous voulons dire ici.
And the rest of the team just actually said everything
la présentatrice
but we are going to focus
précédente a fait toutes les présentations
examples
de ce que nous voulons faire.
So let me just start. You can just read there.
Vous pouvez relire là-bas.
Okay, so we've been talking about Mrs. Senegal, Mrs. Ina Senegal, and that is her. But she's retired now, I think in 2018.
Elle est en retraite aujourd'hui, je pense depuis 2020.
At Dalabat in Worcester.
Yeah,
and she actually started the Red Star process.
Elle a commencé le processus de Red Star.
Yeah. So she started this process, and she's been doing it for, I think, over 30 years.
Elle a fait ça plus de 30 ans.
And that was at a time before deaf children were able to sign. So at that time, deaf children had to speak. And then she found this process from God. She asked him to show her how to teach these deaf children.
Au Seigneur de la montrer
in particular, a boy named Wiska. He was 8 years old, and he was profoundly deaf. And she decided to pray, and then God answered her prayer, and the Red Star was born. But now she's retired, and it's our turn now.
Elle est en retraite maintenant, c'est notre tour.
So let me just introduce myself, and then Sanal will introduce herself. So
So
I'm a sign language teacher at
Je suis enseignante des langues de signes.
I also do some interpreting,
Je fais
but
aussi
that's
de
not my thing, that's her
l'interprétation.
thing. And then I'm also doing my master's in the Red Star process at the
Je suis
University
aussi dans le
of
processus de
Stellenbosch.
recherche.
So hopefully next year I'll be able to finish. It would be a
suis
comparative study.
Je fais des études
That's
comparatives.
me. Okay, so I'm just going to give over to her.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, as
Bon
Martia
après-midi à
mentioned,
chacun.
I also work at Delabat School as an interpreter mainly.
Je
However,
veux-
I also teach English to the vocational deaf learners. So those are the learners who are not able to go into the academic stream of the schooling system, but instead go into the vocational aspect. So I initiated my master's studies in language practice, focusing on sign language, South African Sign Language specifically. However, after a few years of intense research, I realized that that is not where my passion lies.
j'ai compris
It
que
lies
ce
with
n'était plus
the
ma
kids,
passion.
it lies with deaf education.
Et je me suis
And that is
spécialisé
when I
dans
started teaching.
l'éducation des sourds.
Okay, before you start, I just want to say I just want to say thank you to DEAFNET
Je veux dire
for
merci
inviting us
à DEAFNET
to
de
show
nous
you
avoir
the Red Star
invités,
process.
de vous
And the people
montrer
before us
la procédure.
showed you and explained to you what the Red Star is.
Je vous montre ce que
But
c'est
we don't
que
have enough time.
Red
When we
Star.
talk about the Red Star, we can keep you busy for days.
Si
And
on
it's a
vous
very,
parle des
very, very
Red
practical
Star, on peut vous garder pour
method.
des jours.
So we can't show you everything, but in
On peut
our
pas vous
PowerPoint,
montrer
we're going
tout.
to try to show you some examples of what we're doing in our classes.
Nous allons vous donner des exemples de ce que nous fait
Okay, we're
dans nos
going
cours.
to show you a short video
Nous allons
just to
vous
watch, just
montrer
to wake up a bit. It's
une
just for
courte
motivation.
vidéo
Also, the Red Star is not a difficult process.
pour vous
It
montrer
might
que
seem
le
like
Resta n'est
that
pas un
initially, but it's
processus,
really
n'est
not.
pas un
You
processus
just
difficile.
have to do it, implement it in your classroom, and then you'll see what it means. Okay.
Je vais vous montrer, vous verrez ce que c'est.
Okay, so this just says don't overthink the process too much. I started about 8 years ago doing the Red Star, and until this day I'm still learning. So that's why it's called the Red Star process. It's a process. Learning is a process. Okay. So I think the groups before us already explained what the Red Star process is, but I think we will have our presentation available to you if you request it, and then you can have a look at the information as well. Okay. Okay, so the Red Star process has 8 or 9 or even more than that. It has principles that we work from. So the first one is natural language acquisition. Sanel will explain to us a bit more about that. And then the second one is it has 2 sections. As the previous groups explained, we have a red section and a blue section. The red section means, someone remember? Yes, spoken language. And then the blue part means? Sign language. Yes. So the red one is spoken language and the blue part is sign language. Do you have that? Okay. And then a bridging action. So that is what we will focus on for this session, is the bridging between the 2 languages, between spoken language or written language and then sign language. The fourth one is red stars. So in the foundation phase, we use red stars, but from grade 4 and upwards, we don't really use red stars anymore. It's just how we adapt it. Okay. Number 5 is color-coded questioning. We'll show you some pictures of that. And then number 6, 4 basic steps to execute this lesson. Number 7, it is visual, concrete, and remedial. So we all know that deaf people are visual. So we need, this process is very, very visual. Okay. And then the teacher's role is to challenge learners to think and reason about the written word. And then the last one, importance on finger spelling. Finger spelling is very, very important to learn a word. Like, for instance, in Afrikaans, we say for the word ball, bal. So it's B-A-L. B-A-L. Okay, so finger spelling is very important. Okay, so the second group showed us on stage, they showed us an experience. What was it about, their experience? Can someone say? Sorry? Yes, it was about farm animals. But what did they do with the farm animals? How did they get the information? Yes? Yes, they visited the farm. So it's very important. You can't teach a hearing child new information if they don't have the experience thereof. It's exactly the same for deaf children. You need to create an experience for them. Like in this instance, they went to a farm. These are just some examples of creating experiences in life skills. You can draw, you can paint, you can go on excursions, anything like that. So the experience is very, very important. Okay. Okay, so I'm giving over to her now.
Okay, as Marcia mentioned, another very important principle of the Red Star process is natural language acquisition. And she went so far as to say it's the heartbeat of the Red Star process. So teachers have to create a safe space for the learners to attempt speech reading, mouthing, and speaking. Because we know from experience that there are children who are deaf who have the ability to learn how to speak, but they feel too shy and they don't want to try because they think you're going to laugh at them. So you have to really create a safe space for them. And the reason why that is so important is because a hearing child will also learn their language naturally in a safe space, in a safe environment. They're not forced their language. Because also in one class you will have a wide variety of deaf children. Some will be hard of hearing, some will be profoundly deaf, some will have had sign language at a very young age, some only learn sign language at a very late age. So during our lessons we have to expose our learners to various ways of communicating. So in my class this year, I taught English, and I had the very unique situation of only having 2 boys in my class, which I know a lot of teachers are jealous of, to only have 2 kids sitting in front of you. So student A had some measure of English literacy, could read and write a little bit, could read more than he could write. Student B, I tested on 200 vocabulary words, the most common words in English, and he knew exactly 4. He knew the word for mother, father, girl, and boy. Those are the only words he knew. So I had these 2 students in my class, and I asked permission from the principal and the head of department to try and use the Red Star process as a way to get them to learn from the base up. Because I could see there were very strange rules that they followed. One of them, for example, would start and end every sentence with quotation marks. And they would just put capital letters in randomly, sometimes 2 capital letters in one word. So I could see that there were a lot of gaps, so I needed to start right at the foundation. However, I have also seen, through previous experience, that if you teach 16-year-olds, sorry, these boys were 16 years old each, and if you sit down 2 16-year-old boys and you say, oh, now we are going to learn the colors, now we are going to learn the weather words, they are going to fall asleep very quickly. So I had to think of a way to make it exciting and to make it accessible to them. So I decided I would write my own little story that is on their language level, but is actually appropriate to their age. So a story that would be interesting to them, but is not so complicated that they would struggle to read it. So I thought, what is more exciting than a story of someone waking up on a deserted island? And so I wrote the story. And here we have our first page of the story. As you can see, these are very short sentences, very simple, very straightforward. And as I was writing the story, I went and did some research on what the most common words in English are, the most commonly used words are. And so I had that at the back of my head the whole time. I had that on a spreadsheet. And so I tried to use those words first, not to teach them a theme, but to teach them the words that they would practically use the most. And so this is what I came up with. We started with just the boy waking up on the deserted island, where he is, he's looking around him, and the things that are around him. So you'll see here I highlighted things because the first thing that you teach in the Red Star process, if you're starting to teach the color-coded word classes, is nouns. So things, something you can see or touch or feel. Those are yellow words. So the first word that I knew they had to know was thing. So we would take this page, I would open it up on the PowerPoint behind me. I'm privileged to have a PowerPoint projector in my classroom. And so first, I would tell them the story in sign language, so the blue. I would sign it to them, and I would ask them some questions about it. How do you think, so for example, he is full of sand. Do you think that felt very nice? Do you think he's confused? How is he feeling? So we just talked, whichever things came up. And then I would go through the entire page, word for word, and signed English. So I would sign the with the sign and voice it. And boy with the sign and voice it. So I'd go through the whole page like that, so that they also get the read, so that they can connect the written word with what I'm voicing, and the sign, so that they can connect those three things with one another. Then, after that, I would let them read it themselves, and any words that they don't understand, they would circle. And here again is where building a safe space is very important in your classroom, because if your children don't feel comfortable in your classroom, they're not going to tell you that they don't understand. They're just going to smile and nod at you. And yeah, I understand, And then you ask them the question, and then they do not understand. So after we circled the words that we don't know, we write it in our dictionaries. So each of them have a personal dictionary, because also the vocabulary that they knew were very, very different. So these had pages in them. They would write it out right at the top, and then you can see that's one of the students drawing it. So sometimes I will have screenshots of the sign for it, just as a way for them to remember what that word means. If I couldn't find a picture or a sign, then I would ask them, how would you remember this? Okay, draw that, because both of these students love drawing. So what he's drawing there is the word many, and he decided he was going to draw a lot of apples. So that's his way to remember what that word means. So here in summary, we would read the story, circle the new words, add them to the dictionary, and then we would color them the word class. And then when we've done that, I would give them the story again. The storybook functioned as their workbook. So I would give them for homework their storybook, and they would have to go and look for all the yellow words that day. And then the next week, or the next time when we learned a new word class, then they needed to learn that. So that's how we continued on through the story. And there are many, many interesting things that happen in the story. They found a lot of things washed up on the beach. Conveniently, they had a knife and a screwdriver and rope and all the things that you could want. But they also built a shelter. And this was very interesting because, as Marcia mentioned earlier, there's a questioning. We as teachers have the responsibility to question them on their understanding. So when we got to this part where they got to the shelter, the boy had met a girl on the island, and she took him to the shelter that she had built. And so I asked these two boys, do you think a girl can build a shelter? And they very strongly said to me, no, that's a boy thing. And so then we had a conversation about it. So just because of that, they immediately remembered the sign for shelter because we had a whole conversation surrounding that. And in that conversation, there were other things that came up. other words that they knew the sign for but didn't know the word for. And then I would say, oh, do you know how to spell that? And then they'd say, oof, no, I don't. So then I would spell it for them. And then I say, okay, go write that in your dictionary. And in that way, we learned new words that they were interested in. So yeah, this was much, much later in our story. Our two characters were chased by monkeys. This was very interesting and entertaining to teach, to explain to them. So here is our summary. As we were continuing with the story, when they arrived at the shelter, we started by drawing the outside of the shelter. So we had a discussion on what the shelter would be made out of. What is the word for that thing? What is a branch? What is a leaf? All of those things. And then we went to the part of our school grounds where there are lots and lots of weeds. And then we cut the weeds and we used them on our poster of the shelter. And then we went through all the things that they picked up on the beach. And we put pictures of that. And later they made a fire pit. So then we added that. As you can see, there's more space on that poster. Because as the story progresses, we add things to the poster. And the same, I'm sorry, the image is very small, but they're on the left-hand side, the smaller brown paper. That is a summary of the story. So what we did there is at the end of the story, I had them draw the island. So we drew the island because there was a specific section where the characters got lost. And so we did directional words. They turned left, they went uphill, they went downhill, all of those vocabulary words. And so then with that, and also this was quite a long process, but worth it. Through that, we could figure out, okay, so they started here, and then they walked to the shelter. So where do you think the shelter is on the island? And then they would decide, okay, it's here. And then we drew the shelter there. Okay, and then what happened next? This happened next. And then we would draw something there. So we summarized the entire story by drawing the island. And then the gaps in the island, they could fill in themselves. So now the rest of the story, they have already drawn their island. So now as we continue with the story, we are going to write it on their island. Which means if I do this exact same lesson with another class next year, and that class draws a different island, then their story is going to look differently. So in this way, they are central to their learning. They are starting to add to the story the things that they like. And when they add to the story the things that they like, they learn quicker, because then you see their interests speak up. So, for example, they were very intrigued, very interested and excited to learn how to make a fire, because they had never done that. So now they know all those words because of that experience that they got. And now I am handing back over to Marcia before I talk too much.
Okay, I think our time is up. Maybe, yes. Our time is up, but we do have the PowerPoint available. This is just a little drop of what the Red Star really is. So if you want to talk afterwards a bit more, we will be happy to assist you. Yeah, please make contact. Thank you. We wanted to teach you Afrikaans.
Baie dankie mevrou, baie dankie. Baie dankie. Goed. Goed gaan. Goed. Right. Is this back? Yes, it is back. As I promised this morning, before the power goes out again, that we were going to have very interesting presentations. And not even one of them has been without demonstrating some information. Right? We have seen how deaf people have benefited. We have seen how deaf people are presented here. We have seen how all the processes have been put into place and deaf people benefit. And this is the backbone of DEAFNET Center of Knowledge. We were catching up with time. There was a slot that has been eaten by presentations of discussions. So we're not going to have discussions now. I want to release you to relax a bit, go have a cup of tea, a cup, not cups, a cup of tea, and then we come back for the next presentation. Now, I want you to keep time because after that presentation, then we are going to have a little discussion before Dr. Fellinger comes on at 6. So please keep time, and I don't want you to miss the discussions with our first presenter this morning. It will be very interesting for us to talk to him, although on the screen, but it will be very nice to interact with him. So if you have any questions, any clarity to make, hold on to it. We go for tea, we come back, and then after that presentation, then we'll have a discussion period where we'll be asking questions, making clarity, and then we have Dr. Our presenter, first presenter this morning, coming online, Fellinger. Off to tea, everybody.
So check, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Nothing. Sound check 1, 2.
Oh. May I have your attention? Right. Before the next presentation, we're going to have these 15 minutes connection to the previous presentation so that they feel they actually, finalized it. So we give you 15 minutes to do that, and then we move on. Thank you, Yala.
Dankie. There is a Bible for each country at the back. Just go and fetch it, tick off your name. After the man, he must go now.
Huh? They're going.
Sorry, the guy there is on his way. He's going.
No, we can just take them and you give them after your presentation. Lovely. Yeah.
Okay, can we carry on? Would that be fine? Okay, so we wanted to teach you some Afrikaans words because who knows Afrikaans in this room? Two people, plus the interpreters. So it's about 4 people. Okay, so we want you, 5. So we want you to, a little bit. Okay, so we want you to have the experience of learning an additional language, a foreign language that you don't know, okay, so that you can have the experience that a deaf child experiences when learning a second additional language, okay. I think, Boom, will you be able to help us? Okay. Okay, and Petronella? Okay. Do we have any deaf person that does not know Afrikaans that want to participate? Anyone? No one. Okay. Where's that colors? You are welcome. You are never too old to learn something. Okay. So, we have a dog over here. That's my sign for dog. Okay, dog. There's many different signs. So we have the sign for dog, but then we have Afrikaans. So your yellow, all the yellow words are your nouns. Okay, so your yellow words are your nouns. That's your things. So if it's yellow, then it's a what. Okay. If it's white, it's who. So we have colors representing different word groups. Okay. So we have the one over there is mense. Mense. No, that's dog. So say mense. Say the word mense. Okay. So you say the word mense. If you are deaf, you can choose if you want to. Remember, in the Red Star process, we never force a deaf child, to speak. We have to create a safe environment for a deaf child to feel safe enough to try and pronounce the word. Okay, so do you want to mouth? Yeah, wow, wow. But mense is who, so it's people. It means people. Mense, people. Okay, so she tried and she succeeded? Yes. Okay, so she feels safe enough to do so. If you have a hard of hearing child and he wants to pronounce the word, then he is more than welcome to. Okay, do you understand that? So that's the red part of the Red Star process. So the blue part is what? Is your signing. So you would say, mense, 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 yes? Yeah. So you'd say mense, it means people, and then you would sign people. Okay, so that's what the bridging means. So this is very easy. We do a second one, bluff. B-l-a-f. What does that mean? Barks. Yes, it means the dog is doing what? He's barking, yes. So that is pink. So pink, the color pink, represents your verbs. Okay. Let's do another one. Groen. 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 Try. Groen. Yeah. Groen. This one. Yeah. Okay. So you try to pronounce the word, and then the teacher helps you to say it's groen. Groen. Okay. And then you give the sign, your blue part. What's the sign? Is green. It means green. Okay. Does that make sense? Okay. Is that your sign? Green. Okay. All right. So let's go. Okay, so I quickly want to show you a video of a grade 2, level 2 girl that's using this process, this bridging process, and reading. Okay, just watch. Okay, she's been waiting for the eggs to hatch. So this is just a small part of what the red star is when we're reading. So your blue part, you saw that she's tapping on the blue, which indicates she is now signing. But she is profoundly deaf. So she doesn't want to try and pronounce words, or that's her choice. So, in the red part, she reads with her eyes. Did you see that? Okay, so that's another way of doing it. Okay, come off. Okay, so this one, it says, when we do the red star, you can go and sit. Thank you. Thank you for participating. You can sit. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so we don't have enough time to do everything, so this is just a little bit to show you. The red star is, you don't have to take all 8 of the principles or 9 of the principles and do it one by one. It's not time consuming. You can incorporate your principles into one single lesson. Okay? Okay. Okay. Can we try this together? Is that fine with you? Okay. Okay. Okay, so the red part is your What's your red part, your section? Spoken language, yes. Okay, so all of you quickly try and read that. Okay, so what words in those sentences don't you know? I hope not all of them. What does that mean? Oh, all of them. Okay, okay. So now you have these, this is very simple sentences. So now the child reads this and he doesn't know any of the words. So now he circles them. So then he shows it to me, to the teacher, and I know, okay, so this is the words that the child does not know. So it's my responsibility as a teacher to teach those signs. Okay. All right. So, the first sentence says, daar is 'n hond. What does that mean? There is a dog. Okay. So, daar is there. Is a dog. Okay. So in Afrikaans, we don't have signs for is and is and an. There's no sign for it. So that would be the red star. I teach older deaf learners, so we don't use the red star anymore. We just color it with red so that the child knows, oh, okay, so we don't sign that. So in sign language, or in the red section, you'd say, daar is 'n hond, or you would read with your eyes, or you would try to mouth what you are reading. And then you bridge over to the blue, and you sign their dog. Does that make sense? Okay. Let's quickly try the second one. Die hond is sag. What does that mean? Die hond is sag. The dog is soft. Okay, so it means the dog is soft. So in soft, yes, soft. So the would be red, because we don't have a sign for that. Dog would be yellow, because it's a what? It's a noun. Then is would be red again, because we don't sign it. And then sag is soft, would be blue, because on the color coding system, we do have a color for your adjectives, and that's your light blue. Okay. Let's quickly do the last one. Die hond blaf. Yes, the dog is barking. So, what color would that be? Red. Yes, because we don't sign it. Okay. Then hond, dog. What color would that be? Yellow. Yes, clever. It would be yellow because it's a what. And then your last word, bluff, barking, would be pink. It would be pink because your pink is your verb. Okay. All right. And then I teach senior children. So that's very small. But this, on this side, is your grade 2. These two are grade 1, grade 2 level writing. But in grade 4, it looks like that. So if you use the red star from the foundation, it doesn't help me. I'm the only teacher that's doing the red star. It's not going to benefit the child. So if you do it from grade 1, level 1, all the way, all the teachers are doing exactly the same program, doing the exact same process, then you would end up in sentences like that. There's mistakes, but you see blends. Can you see the difference? Okay. All right, so I'm just going to show you pictures now of the color-coded system. Okay. Okay, so that's grade 1. It's about seven colors. And then they progress to grade 2. So we add some more colors, we add some more questions. And then grade 3, we add some more. There's also grade 3. And that's my class, grade 4. So I add some colors, and then I teach them how to blend those colors. As you can see over there, the dog barks because. So you see it's a longer sentence. And then the cat plays with its ball of wool. So that's quite a difficult sentence. Do you understand? Does that make any sense to you? Okay. Okay, so we're almost finished. Come off. So this is just some resources we made for the children. And then this is the SOS class that she's teaching.
Okay, I know I've talked way too much already, but I'll just quickly explain. If you look in the middle of the screen, the activity that they're doing there is sentence writing. So with the story that I taught them, they have acquired around 300 words, vocabulary words in this year. And so now we use that vocabulary to build sentences. And so I teach them the grammar rules with color coding. So I don't teach them the adjective comes before the noun. I teach them that the blue color goes with the yellow color or goes in front of the yellow. So these are just one of the activities we did. And how they would do it is they would color each of the words the correct word class, and then they have to write it over in the correct order. And one of the students actually, on his own, went over to stop coloring in the words, but wrote it in the correct sentence structure. So he's now internalized the rule. And now he doesn't need to color every word anymore. He can now just write sentences.
So, time is up again. Yeah, but afterwards you can chat with us if you want to know more. Thank you.
Baie dankie, mevrou. Okay, the ladies have listened to me and they have kept to their 15 minutes, adding only 2. So we move on to the next presentation. Now, before we do that, we picked up a smartphone, and it's so beautiful that I wanted to pocket it, but that will be a sin. So if you've lost or misplaced your phone, okay, yeah, you're from Douala, Yaoundé. All right, welcome. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, we are having our last presentation before we have the discussion amongst ourselves and Dr. Johannes Fellinger. The presentation now is going to be the English Bible for the deaf, also a handy educational tool. And this is going to be presented by Dr. Well, could I start with Reverend? Reverend Dr. Rocco Howe from South Africa. Brings in a lot of experience in theology and pastoring amongst the deaf community. Rocco?
Thank you very much. May I shift this a little bit? because I've got to look there. Can you just put it here?
You can present behind the interpreter. Behind the interpreter.
Thank you so much. This is one of Professor Akash's students. And I looked at the science and I said, I think he's a good teacher. She joined our congregation some time ago, and she did some beautiful sign language songs. If we can start with the PowerPoint presentation. The English Bible for the Deaf, also a handy educational tool. We've got a... we know that all deaf people would like to have a sign language Bible. That is our mother tongue, that is the language we dream in, that we think in. And we've got a beautiful project, Visual Bible in Cape Town, run by Lisa Craig. And we've supported her with the Bible Society from the beginning. We funded her to go to Dor in Kenya, where she learned to do signing and visual Bible translation. Dor started off with Bible storytelling, but Michael told me that they've changed. They are doing Bible translation, a visual Bible translation. More than 30 years ago, all the deaf churches, Reformed churches in South Africa came together, and the deaf people asked for two Bibles, a sign language Bible and a printed Bible. In our congregation, the members asked us to first start on a printed Bible because they wanted to read the full Bible. The Bible Society agreed on that. They funded the project, and in 2007 it was published. In that translation, we learned a lot about translation for the deaf, which we could use later on. I visited Kenya 15 years ago, and in Nairobi I asked Pastor Paul to please organize a meeting where we've got the deaf pastors from Kenya together. And on that meeting, some of the pastors asked me, please can you start translate a Bible in easy English that we can understand. At that stage we did have another Bible from America, done in Texas, which is the Bible, Holy Bible English version for the deaf. But that was never translated for deaf people. That was an easy-to-read Bible. At that stage, the easiest Bible, and so deaf people bought that. We sold a lot of those Bibles, but they said they don't understand. So we started that Bible. We asked the Bible Society, they agreed, and they got the best professors in South Africa in Hebrew and Greek, and we got a group of 50 deaf people. Some of them you'll recognize, Jan Oberholzer, Jimmy, Anthony, and some of these. They had to make sure that the Bible is understandable for the deaf people. So we've translated the Bible, and obviously you've got to keep to the Greek and Hebrew manuscripts of the Bible. That's very important. But you've also got to be true to the needs of deaf readers. So we had to implement a special translation theory, which is up to now unique in Bible translation. And we had to make use of footnotes, because you can break down a very difficult sentence, but sometimes you do need a difficult word, a theological word, holy, sacrifice, and everything. So we realized we can use the difficult word if we can use footnotes. Now, some of the footnotes protect to help someone keep him safe and stop his enemies, hide, to go to a place where other people cannot see you until the time to the end when something stops, danger, something that can kill or hurt you. We almost had to write a dictionary of a lot of words that they don't understand. There are a lot of words that you can try to explain, but if you can illustrate the words, it's so much easier. And there's a lot of items and things they did in the Old Testament that we don't really know. So with these drawings, we could show people, the readers, how things looked and how they done it in the Old Testament. One of the problems that deaf people have, they know the concept of a thing. They know the meaning. They even have a beautiful sign for it. But they cannot recognize the word that is written in a book. So we had to help them to understand what the words mean. And with footnotes, it helped them quite a lot. 6 years ago, on this conference of DEAFNET, I did an introduction into this Bible's translation. And before that, I asked my now friend, Dr. R.C., if the Muslims would have a problem if I spoke about the Bible translations for the deaf. He assured me that, no, it's about Bible translation. So they are happy. And there was even from the floor a Muslim delegate who asked if we could also help them translate the Quran for deaf readers. But I don't think such a translation will be acceptable in the Muslim world. And now after 6 years, the Bible has been completed. Here it is. We're very thankful for that. And the Bible Society also asked us to do the translation on the apocryphal books, the deuterocanonical books of the Bible, which we completed in 2018. For the translation of the English Bible for the deaf, we used professors to make sure that the source languages were translated correctly. And we also had some learners from schools, 3 schools and 2 colleges, which helped us. This Bible was launched in 2 years ago, and there's a wonderful thing that happened. There was an American woman with 2 deaf daughters, and when she got hold of a copy of this Bible, she was so excited and realized that this was precisely what her deaf daughters need. So she decided to pay the full cost, printing cost, of the entire first edition of this Bible for the deaf. I don't know how many million rands that would, it can be a lot. So they find that it was good for them. That is why you can download, and I've also got some pamphlets here if you would like to get some of them. I'll leave them there. How you can download the English Bible for the deaf on your cell phone for free. And that's why also the price are reduced. They are available at the back at 199 Rand each. This is also a Christmas offer. There are many people in Africa that want this Bible. We've got a problem with transport. There's a congregation in Ghana. Pastor Ruben, where are you? They wanted a box of Bibles. But the infrastructure in Ghana is not very good. So we had to courier the Bibles from Cape Town to Ghana. You can imagine at what cost that have been. So we would very much like you to have a Bible for each country. Hello, hello. There is a Bible for each country at the back. I've got the list here. You can just come to me and can tick off the names. And we ask you, please, if you can give these Bibles to the schools for the deaf, for the teachers to see how easy the language have been made, and for the congregations for the deaf that will use the Bible more, I think. We know there will be some countries that don't want to accept the Bible. We accept that. We respect your decision. But before you say no, can you please just have a look in the Bible to see what translation principles we used, at what level of difficulty we formulated the message, to see what we did to help deaf readers understand written words, and how this text helps deaf readers to learn to read English. For 7 years, I had the privilege to work very closely with one of the best language teachers for deaf that this country ever had, the late Miss Elmine Roux. I think Kobus Kellerman was also one of her learners, who dedicated her life and taught language to deaf learners for 40 years. From her, I learned very important principles. Firstly, you translate from the known to the unknown. There's a lot of words that deaf people know. There's a lot they don't know. So you can only use the known words to explain the unfamiliar words. We've done that. Some of the words that we've explained, crowd, a lot of people talking about difficult, something that's hard to do, it's not easy, stable, a small bottle where animals can sleep, bath, or borrow, bottom, the side that is under, not on top. And there's also some illustrations where you can have a look there. I'll hurry and go further. The second thing I've learned from her is from the simple to the complicated. Words can only be understood correctly in the right context. If a reader can follow the story, if he can tell you the story in sign language, what he reads. And that makes it possible that deaf readers will start to recognize a word the next time he sees it, and will remember it after a few times he saw it. We saw learners from grade 5 to grade 6 who learned a lot of words from this Bible, and later they did not need to look at the bottom of the page again for the footnote because they know what that word means. And the more they read this simplified text, with the explanations, their language becomes better, their knowledge bigger, and their vocabulary expands. The third thing that Elmine taught me, from the visual to the abstract. Deaf people are more visually orientated than hearing people. When we gave a trial edition of this Bible to some schools for the deaf to test it, they asked for more illustrations. Now remember, abstract words describe things that you cannot see. But even deaf children understand abstract words such as love, hate, peace, and worry. They have beautiful signs for these concepts. So we try to express the feelings or thoughts in someone's mind with his facial expressions or the visual reaction of people around him. If Mark tells us about disciples who were very surprised, we translated their mouths hung open. We read in David's servants, they whispered among themselves, and we said they talked behind their hands. We specifically asked a deaf artist, Karen Lora, to draw some illustrations that show what the person thinks of what he wants to do, and she did. That depicts sorrow, temptation, and communication. Now, please listen to this. A very important question that many teachers ask is, why do so many deaf children struggle to learn to read? There can be many reasons for this, but one of the most important reasons is that they do not have sufficient reading material. Deaf learners cannot read if they do not have a book or a magazine that is written in a way that they can understand the language. This Bible can be very good help for them. It was written for deaf learners, translated in a way that all the difficult words are simplified and explained at the bottom of each page and illustrated for them to see what things look like to grasp the meaning of a word. There are many books with a lot of footnotes at the end of the chapter or in the back of the book, but this Bible was written and we realized you cannot tell a reader there's an explanation on another page. You won't go there. You will just skip it. So we had to put the footnotes at the bottom of each page. And that meant that we had to use 103,000 footnotes. Almost twice the size of the text of the Bible itself. But that we succeeded in that. And we're very thankful for this. Something wonderful that happened. We chose, at Nolotando School for the Deaf, we chose a group of 12 learners. Grade 4, grade 5. And we printed out some chapters of Bible books. We asked them, please read this and circle any word that you don't understand. Then we checked if the words that they think they do understand, if they really know them, and we found a lot of them they don't understand. For example, they would say, Jacob walked to the well, and they give the sign for, well, A1. No, it's the wrong kind of understanding. So, and they read it, gave it back to us, and we could change the text. We chose a group of learners that's more or less the same reading ability of the average deaf. After 6 months, we had to change our group because we found that their language in those 6 months improved so much that they did not represent the deaf average people anymore. So we were very happy, and also we asked the school to test the text, and which they did with. We were very satisfied. The Bible in the Bible we don't only read about the grace of God, about Abraham's sacrifice, about Moses, about Jesus. The Bible and the Quran give us many laws that our world needs very much today. Our world has become lawless because more and more people don't respect the laws of God anymore. There are a lot of ethical guides in the Bible. Lessons about respect that we must have for each other, respect for our parents, respect for our teachers, and a lot of beautiful principles, such as we read in Galatians 5. If you listen to the Spirit of God, you will love other people. You will be happy and be pleased with them. You will make peace. You will be patient. You will be friendly and good. You will do what you promise. You will not become angry quickly, and you will stay calm. Ethical rules that our learners should know, should learn, should read. For children, there are hundreds of stories in the Bible. Stories about David and Goliath, Abram, Joseph, Samson, Daniel, Jonah, and all the parables that Jesus told. All of them good and easy to read stories. Love stories about Rebecca, Ruth, Song of Songs. There are stories of miracles and also how Jesus healed the deaf man in Mark 7, where Jesus communicated in sign language to the deaf man. If you want, I could elaborate on this later. There are books of prose, poems, songs, stories of heroes and heroines, and there are also a lot of us who got our names from the Bible. The Bible has a very unique message that tells readers about the grace of God and about heaven. But here at DEAFNET, we would like to empower the deaf from each country to help them grow mentally, to become leaders, to make a success of life, to be able to handle the problems of life. And the starting point for most of these ideals is to acquire language. The wisdom that we find in the Bible is very important, but we'll have to teach our children to become wise, and in this, the language acquiring is very important. In conclusion, I ask that you will look at this Bible for the deaf as the good news, but also as an educational tool. And that you will show it to the schools for the deaf and to the congregations for the deaf in your country. Remember, you don't have to be a Christian to read the Bible. You can just enjoy it as a gift from above to teach the deaf wonderful things that can improve their lives in every way. I thank you. Thank you. Now is the right time for me to say there's a free Bible for each country at the back. Just come, I'll tick off your name and you can have it. And please don't put it on your shelf for dust to gather. Please read it, give it to people that want to read it, give it to the schools, and tell them how this Bible can also help deaf children to improve their language.
Reverend Rocco Rolf, thank you very much for your presentation. Makubu, why don't you let me finish first? Then you put up your hand. You can wait. I finish my statement, and then I'll give you a chance to ask a question. Thank you. Is this thing working? All right. Thank you very much for your presentation. You've heard the announcement that a Bible for each country. I know there are people from Kenya, where I come from, but I am international citizen. So if you give me one, I'll really appreciate so that I can show it to many countries. But you can give the Kenyans, but mine is personal one. All right. Okay. Thank you very much, Roho. Everybody, can we give him a hand, please? Let us appreciate. Okay. And now we are going to have discussions. And just remember that we'll be having Dr. Johannes Fellinger coming on to us. So now, Mr. Mahubu, something was really burning. Come up here and tell us what you wanted to say.
Is it Reverend? Thank you, Akaj, for this opportunity. And Reverend, thank you for the presentation. It has been a good presentation. And for the work that you've done to translate the Bible. Translating it into the culture of deaf persons. Wonderful. Great job. Thank you. My only question, it's not that a very heavy question, Reverend. It's just one. After the translation of this Bible, why did we decide to make a very heavy translated Bible? And that is the first question. Because and you eventually give it a very hard cover. And so for someone carrying it, it will actually, in some way, have pain inflicted on your body. So when I look at the hugeness of the Bible and carrying the Bible, you actually can't lift it wherever you're going to on one side. You must change side to another until you reach wherever you're going. At some point, maybe someone might even leave it. So I think you decided to give it to the persons as heavy as they are, so that they can find their own way to survive. Couldn't we identify and make something very simple and handy for us to be able to carry? Why did we have this heavy thing?
Firstly, you're right, it's a very big Bible because of the many footnotes, the lots of explanations and the drawings. If we did not put in the footnotes, deaf people wouldn't understand that well, and the drawings make it clearly. That's the first question. The second one, we could have given it a soft cover, but you must remember a thin book with a soft cover is no problem. But the moment the book becomes thicker and you give it a soft cover, it will tear apart. So what we can do, if you want something light to carry with you, download it on your cell phone. You've got it on your cell phone. You can read it for anybody, and you've got to just light the side.
Peter, the Bible has been made easy read for the deaf. Now you're complaining about the weight and the size. What can we do? All right. So we now make it smaller. Will you be happy? But anyway, you have a solution there that you can download it on your phone and you have it in your pocket all the time. It's not heavy. All right. Any other contribution? Yes, ma'am. Could you use the microphone if the one on the table is working?
My contribution is on Red Star. I want to add some points. I know a lot has been said about Red Star. I use it myself. It has a lot of benefits. I started using it at grade 2. At grade 4, I would give the kids some passages from grade 6 or grade 7, and they will be able to understand, to read and answer questions. Just now, as I talk, I've got a grade 6 class. I've given the paper that was written by the grade 7 for end of year. They have done very well. I'm also a national exam marker, so I have the chance to see some question papers from other schools. Surely you can see they are non-readers. They cannot comprehend. If I compare them with my kids at grade 4, at grade 5, I'm seeing a great improvement with my kids because of the use of Red Star. So I'm encouraging people, let's go and try it. It helps the deaf child in his learning. It also prepares the child for the future life. They go out there, some people don't even know sign language, but they can write and communicate and pass information. So I urge you people, let's go and try it. It's working.
You're from Malawi, right? Zimbabwe, all right. There you are. Zimbabwe, they've used it. She's compared grade 4 and grade 7 or 8, and the progress in their understanding of written English is improving. We're doing a good thing, but are we doing enough? Thank you very much, ma'am. Next. Remember, it is now general discussion because we didn't have time to discuss the different papers that we had this morning. Yes, I can. Oh, it's not you. Okay. Come over. She's been having her hand, she's been having her hand since absent morning. And she said I was ignoring her.
Thank you. My questions around the Red Star. It is really a very, very important project. And the reason is for deaf children to attain education, it is important that we really have this. And DEAFNET, we're really happy because deaf children get to attain their education, but also we must remember that they use much more of the visualization, and it helps them really achieve. So what is my question now? I can really see different ideas, but I don't really see how the idea comes up to be developed. On the Red Star, on the Red Star process or project, okay, on the Red Star project,
So my question is regarding the Red Star program. It's a good method, and it's very visual, which is good for our deaf learners, which, as we all know, is an extremely important component. And I'm happy about that. However, I want to know, how do you explain abstract thoughts and concepts? because that's usually where we get stuck. How do you explain abstract thoughts and abstract ideas? That's the first question. My second question is, also with the Red Star program, can it also be applied to other subjects in the school system? For example, chemistry or biology or one of those subjects, which is quite hard in itself. Can the Red Star program be applied to those subjects as well?
Communication must be very clear, because she's making an important point. Red Star people, you taking notes? You're taking notes, okay. Just hold on, we'll call you. All right. Any other concern about any of the presentations? Yes, Reverend.
Hello. Hello, everyone. I'm well. I'm sorry.
I've not come to comment.
Okay, let's play press that play button again. Hi, everybody. I hope you're doing well, because I am. I'm not here to really question anything or leave comments. I'd rather, add something to what Reverend Rocco has said already. Now, let me go a little bit back in time and explain first who I am. I'm from Eswatini, and I'm also a reverend back home. There was a time when I went to DCMA in Worcester, where I learned to become a minister. And Reverend Roku had given us the Bible and explained to us exactly how it was translated. He said that there used to be an Afrikaans Bible that was translated into an easier to read Afrikaans format. We then said, well, then we want the same in English. And they did that for us. And we received it in Eswatini. I'm sure you saw my picture when he showed the videos or the photos. We received it from South Africa. And we were able to use it in our church for the deaf. In the past, we didn't have a Bible to preach from. It would just be me telling them. However, since this was made available to us, the Bible, we were able to read it, and now we can share the same stories, the same parables, and the same message from God to all our communities. And also, my friend from America, this is his sign name. He's staying with me at the church, and he's also providing us with a lot of support. And he'd also like to add something to what has been said about the Bible and its translation. Thank you.
I promised Anthony I would follow him up here, and then I left him behind. We actually have started using the English Bible for the deaf. What Pastor was saying was everyone had a different Bible, a different translation, and it was very confusing. And now we're able to use the same translation. We all have the same copies of it. It's actually really nice because when we're preaching, we just can write the page number and help people find it. It's really a sweet thing when we open up the Bible and we see people helping one another find the scripture passages. And when we have Bible study, we adhere to reading it, but we also are always committed to signing it as well and translating it from English into sign language, into the heart language. It's really interesting to see some of the struggles that the English language has. I would ask you, don't blame the translation, blame the English language. For example, we came across the word staff. I wondered how she was going to sign that, because they were signing it staff, which would mean people who work for you, your secretary or your cook or your driver. But the story was how Moses' staff turned into a snake. And so it was very confusing. How did his staff turn into a snake? We knew we had to sign it stick and not staff. But those are the things that come up because the English language uses the same words for very different concepts depending on the context. So we're very thankful, though, that we have this opportunity to use it, and it's become an important part of our Bible study. Thank you.
Okay, next, my friend from Morocco.
Depuis ce matin, et pendant toute la journée, j'ai vu plusieurs présentations. Depuis ce matin et pendant toute la journée, j'ai vu plusieurs présentations. Vraiment, c'était très, très intéressant. Mais ça dépendait des intervenants. Chaque intervenant expliquait sa manière et sa façon de faire et afin de gérer les projets qu'il a à faire et sa vision de futur aussi. D'autres intervenants ont parlé de la famine, d'avoir faim. Et comme le cerveau a besoin d'informations, la même chose pour le corps humain, il a besoin de manger pour grandir. Et ces méthodes-là peuvent s'appliquer partout. Le plus important afin de réussir ces méthodes, c'est le financement. Toute chose a besoin de financement afin de pouvoir appliquer ces méthodes. S'il n'y a pas de financement, on ne peut réussir un projet. Concernant l'intervention du Maroc, nous pensons à faire un groupement avec le Maroc afin de pouvoir réussir le développement des personnes sourdes. Pourquoi je propose ça? Il y a beaucoup de personnes qui ont choisi d'utiliser, enfin d'être... D'accord. Plusieurs personnes ont eu recours à l'implant cochléaire. Donc, oui, plusieurs personnes ont eu recours à l'implant cochléaire. La langue des signes est devenue de moins en moins utilisée.
We are not getting clear English from the booth, please. I don't know what it is. Is this technical? Is it you can't hear it, or it's not coming through? Check the battery in your receiver. Is it right? Delayed. Okay. Okay. So just let us know when you can get something, and then we go on. And okay.
Concernant l'utilisation ou le choix de personnes, de parents pour enfants sourds d'utiliser l'implant cochléaire réduit l'utilisation de la langue des signes, ainsi que leur intégration et leur inclusion dans les classes et leur développement dans le milieu scolaire. Donc, le rôle des associations est de promouvoir la langue des signes afin qu'il y ait une langue des signes de qualité avec la méthode Bilingual. Concernant l'intervention du Madagascar, je souhaite qu'ils aient beaucoup de courage. J'ai été vraiment peinée par la situation dont ils ont décrit. Le plus important, c'est d'avoir un référent, une personne ayant une expertise longue dans le domaine. Concernant la méthode Red Star, la méthode Red Star, et la deuxième méthode aussi, vraiment, j'ai été intéressée par les approches. Chaque pays avait une approche spécifique et adaptée par rapport à leur méthode d'éducation. C'est tout ce que je voulais vous dire. Merci à tous.
All right, now we're going to have reaction from Register, and then Rojo, if maybe that comment that was made, you want to add to it or not? Okay. So just come over. No. You come. Come over here and respond, please, very briefly. Rojo, Comiso.
Okay, hello again. Thank you so much for all your questions. The first one you asked was, if I understood it correctly, was about the abstract concepts that we teach the deaf children. So let's take emotions. Emotions are quite something abstract to teach a deaf child. Even for hearing children, it's difficult to express themselves. But we do it through sign language. That's how we teach. That's your basis. Our kids come to Dalabat school at about 3 years old, some of them a bit older. From the moment they come to school and they have language, we teach them the language, sign language of course, it's the teacher's responsibility to help and assist and teach the child how to express themselves. Because when you are angry, a small child just says, I'm angry. But why am I angry? So we use the red star, for instance. I spoke about the color coding. So your dark blue color is your emotions. Happy, sad, confused. Did you miss that? Sorry? No, it's all right. Yes. Are you fine? Okay. So that's in the color coding, we use the dark blue as the emotions. But also, you need your dark green. Why? Because the reason why I am angry, the reason why I am sad. Does that make sense to you? Okay.
Would you go to
Yes.
chemistry?
Okay. And then your second question was about the subject. Yes, definitely. You can teach any other subject you want through this method here. I've done it especially with life skills, biology, mathematics. It's definitely possible.
I just wanted to give you an example of a history lesson where the Red Star process was used. The people from Ghana, you will probably be familiar with the Ashanti Kingdom. So that is part of our history curriculum. And so in the explanation from the teacher about who these people are, we went and we looked at the Ghana Sign Language app, and we looked and searched for the sign for it, and for pictures, and for all those kinds of things. And so with that, you teach them the concept, who are these people, what is the history, but you also teach them the vocabulary, both in sign language and in the written language. So you don't do it in a formal way, you kind of just informally do the bridging between the two languages.
All right, thank you very much, ladies. Roho, very briefly.
Thank you very much, Pastor Michael and Anthony. I think Eswatini is the country with the most sold Bibles for the deaf in Africa. So thanks for that. I was a little bit puzzled when you said about the staff. There is a footnote for staff which we used. Staff is a stick that old people use when they walk. And the second one also a stick that shepherds use when they look after their sheep. So there isn't it. Just one last thing. Some of the words in the footnotes and the word list at the back obviously is so difficult, you could not only use known words. So sometimes we did use an unknown word with an asterisk, so you can just look up that word again.
Thank you very much, Roho. All right, we have exactly 16 minutes before we connect. I'm just asking the technical people, are you ready, Ati? All right, so you'll start 5 minutes to the hour. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. I was asking the technical people to begin fixing things, but Ati says that we 5 minutes at a time we'll just test the equipment, and Ati is also in contact with Dr. Johannes Fellinger, so that he can test on his side if the technical equipment there is working. In the meantime, there was a hand back there. Can I take you, please? Yes.
I'm from Namibia, and I was invited by DEAFNET. And what I've learned, or I've been listening to all through, it is really very important. It is a lot of empowerment that I attain. And the social media that has actually that comes on board. usually it brings contradictory information or something that you feel you want to deliver or achieve about something, for example, on TV, or there is something that you would feel you want to post on Facebook and social media. Sometimes we're not really allowed to, we are not allowed to post it there, and you don't get that detail that you desire to.
Thank you. Reverend Pumi Jamani.
Thank you very much for explaining about that translation. And at the end, I would like to say, we are very grateful for the Bible in app format that we can download. So we know now it's like a pregnancy, you know. With the first child, you try. With the second child, you improve. With the third child, everything is perfect. So, you know, with the first version, we tried. Second version, we improved. Third version, now with the app, everything is perfect. So we're very grateful for the work. And the fact that we can get it for free is wonderful. So please, brothers and sisters, may God bless you and may you make use of the app. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pumi. It's a good advice to all of us that we don't let the Bible collect dust on the shelves. Now I can see that the good Dr. Fellinger is already up on, so I guess we start on now. All right. So technical people.
our technical people are sorting out the audio, so we're just asking for your patience for a minute. So if you can inform the Johannes as well.
Dr. Fellinger, just on this side, we're trying to see what we can do about the sound problem that we have. So we ask everybody to be a little bit patient. This is the first time that we are trying to do this, and so there may be a little bit of growing pains. So we hope that we will overcome this also.
I don't understand that.
At the moment we cannot hear you, but you are welcome to say.
So we wait. I can hear you.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, now I can hear you okay.
Okay, thanks. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, okay, can you hear me now? Okay, okay, nice, nice, nice. Okay, Dr. Fellinger, again, heartily welcome to you. It is good to see you from very far away, the other side of the planet. So, so it is good. No, it is quite hot here, not too hot, but it is okay. It is warm. So we can start now. This morning we all watched the video that you have prepared, and we had very good feedback on that, and I already give you some of the feedback. And now, if you would like to add something to what you
that you have done this morning. And if you just want to say something to start with, that will be wonderful. But from our side, very welcome again here with us. And I hope that the evening will be also a pleasant and a fruitful evening for all of us and for you also. Over to you, Johannes. Dr. Fellinger, Professor Fellinger. Anyone who would like to ask a question? Okay, yes, Winchet? Okay.
I cannot hear the question.
We are just stepping to the front of the room for a moment. Okay, first of all, hi. First of all, your presentation was amazing, and it was an important topic. I believe that mental health and deafness, it has a big connotation, and it does cause many problems in our deaf community. And there's so little research about it out there. Do you see have you any specific research connected to Africa and deafness and mental health? Has there been specific research on our continent? Is the mental health issues any different from that to the rest of the world? It is an important issue. Yes, communication being the barrier, being the cause of so much of our mental health challenges that we experience. And we have a bigger rucksack that we carry as a deaf individual. We are better off among our peers, our signing peers. But has there been any specific African-related research done? And then also my second question, if I may. The counseling services for our deaf communities. Do we have anything that you know of? Is there any experienced instances, or are there any interpreters that are experienced in providing or at least being there for the counseling service? Because those are important aspects for us to access the service. Are there professional interpreters available to us? Because there are people who want to help us, but then, there is that barrier as well. Thank you so much.
I'll repeat the questions, but everything is clear. The first question was, do we have research in questions right. So the first question, do I know from African research? I looked the world literature on mental health and death just when I wrote an article, but there was no article from Africa. Only one thing, which was not published. I did a survey on all deaf leaders in the world. And they was asking them, together with the World Federation of the Deaf, what does the biggest health problems deaf people need? And more than half of the deaf leaders were writing or citing mental health problems. That is not published. So we are lacking studies in Africa. But let us speak about important symptoms of mental health problems. What do we see? One of the very common, on mental health problems is if we see in people who have not done much language, we see they are suffering physically. Pain, other problems with other body parts. This can be a mental health symptom. And the other we see is behavior which is upsetting, stressful behavior. So these are two main symptoms that one could see. But I don't know of any systematic research in deaf populations in Africa on how prevalent these mental health symptoms are. Maybe ask the question, could we use the camera a little bit that the interpreters are on the full screen? Is this possible? There's a little shift to have the interpreters on. We have great interpreters. I only see half of them.
I can hear you. Yes, Mark. I don't know if it technically can happen because we have quite a few interpreters here to provide the different needs for interpreting here. In the group, we have a very diverse group of deaf people with different sign languages. Yeah, so it is difficult to focus on just one interpreter. So we had some challenges here. Yeah.
But I see them very well. It's great. It is great. And if a person asks a question, but you see the person. So the first answer is I don't know of any systematic research in that field in deaf populations in Africa. But there are also very few research studies which have happened in Europe or the American world best psychotherapist, who is that? What do you think? Who is the best psychotherapist?
Professional psychologist. You could repeat that.
Yes, professional psychologist is from the floor here.
Is the professional psychiatrist or professional psychologist?
Yes, it is a psychiatrist, psychologist, yes. And the parents of the also the parents.
Parents, the parents are a source of support and even the whole life. But if we speak about psychotherapy, of course, if a person is really very ill and has paranoia or has severe depression, that person, of course, needs a medical help. But if the problems, mental health problems, the best psychotherapist is still a very close friend whom you really trust and who is really listening to you fully. We should not forget that it is sometimes more simple than we think. Sometimes professional people do their job, but they are no friends. And when people are in need, a close friend is a tremendous support. A friend who is caring, who is asking, how are you, even if you don't tell anything, and who is going with you. So I think if we are practical in different places where there's no service, but there are deaf people who are willing to serve others, consider to become a friend to those who are in need. And your being a friend is a big, big, big help. And if you are a friend like that, you have to have a friend on your side as well. So if you're serving a person who is, let's say, full of pain, and that person is not feeling well, but you are a friend, you are caring. So perhaps you also need a friend who cares for you. That is very simple, but it is working. And of course, we have to set up services specifically on health for deaf people. We in Austria could set up health centers for deaf people where we include mental health and physical health in one service.
Thank you so much from the person who asked the question.
The person who asked the question said, thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. Any other point to discuss?
Hi, everyone. And thank you so much, Dr. Fellinger, for a most amazing presentation this morning. It was very interesting. And I was quite touched by the fact that you're a coder and that you have a father who was deaf and that you have grown into this career wanting to support the community. But I also know that many coders have mental health issues that also impact them. And they have identity crises they are teased, they are laughed at. They also have a language barrier. So I wanted to know if you have had any experience with those who are coders in a similar fashion. Thank you so much, sir. Please wait a moment for the individual to sit down.
Just recently, a mother of a deaf adult was approaching me. She's so worried about her grandchildren. Her daughter, who is a deaf adult, is very challenged in mental health. She doesn't trust anybody. She is sometimes very upset. And nobody can speak to her sometimes. And the grandchildren are now young adults, about 20 years. And I was telling them, please come all together. So the grandmother came with the two grandchildren. The grandmother about 75, the grandchildren about 20. But the deaf mother didn't come because she stayed at home and she was not easy to handle. And the adult children cried. They told how difficult it was and is to handle her mother who doesn't speak to them. In the country, many deaf people were told not to sign to their hearing children. So even that is a problem. I think there's a communication problem all over the generations. And if a person has a mental health problem, it's very difficult for the children, regardless if the parents or the children are deaf or hearing. So, but deafness makes it so difficult to speak it out. I remember my father, he was a loving person. And I grew up with him. But when he was angry, he stopped looking. And that was very difficult for me and with my brothers. Because we couldn't get in touch with him again for a while. And these little things are also problems coder children experience in different severity, but there's a reality we have to be aware of. But I know so many coders who really, really love deaf people. And some say, I don't want to meet any deaf people again. But most of the coders I know, they are a little bit wounded, they are a little bit insecure, but they love deaf people. Because they love the parents. Thank you for that question. It is very important to also get empathy for coders. Many coders are interpreters. So, and they also have something which touches them specifically.
Other questions? Would you like to ask a question? Okay, yes, coming one.
Hi, I would like to ask, what are the reasons for coders who some, you say, love the deaf community, you know, after growing up within the deaf community? What are the reasons for those who don't want to remain in the deaf community and become disconnected? What have been the reasons?
They're different. They're very different. I think there might not be one or two. There are many, many different reasons. Some feel ashamed. In our region, for a long time, signing was not accepted. People were saying signing is not a good language. So if they saw the parents signing and they being the children of the parents who signed, they felt embarrassed. This is what some tell. Some experienced their home not warm, but their education was very stressed. Sometimes because the parents never got a real warm education. So it's always important that we reflect how we were educated when we educate children, so they don't want to be in touch again. These are few examples, but there's not one simple reason. But it's very important to ask coders, do you like deaf people? What is it which makes you feel well with deaf people? Or do you rather prefer to step out into the hearing world and leave the deaf world? It's important to ask even interpreters.
Another question, Pumi?
Thank you very Hello, Dr. Fellinger. Thank you very much for joining us, and especially in answering the question about coders. I just have a question. If parents have a problem and a child who is a coder, for example, going to court to interpret for them, is that right or is that wrong? Because some coders grow up and are very skilled in sign language, but they have such emotional trauma because of the things that they had to interpret for their parents. And I feel, is that right or wrong? So I want to know what your view from a psychological point is.
Oh, you are addressing a very, very...
Dr. Fellinger, could you please hang on a minute? Our microphone is running out of battery, and we need to replace it. Okay. And then the question is going to be asked in French. Do you need an interpreter, or you can understand French? Okay, now let's see what we can do. So can you go into English? All right. Okay, what are we going to do? The battery, please.
Today, I want to say thank you, especially the president of, manager of DEAFNET, and also the professor for all the pictures that you done this morning.
J'aimerais te remercier pour toutes les photos que vous avez faites ce matin.
In our country, in Tunisia, we have many deaf children.
Nous avons plusieurs enfants sourds.
To wear a cochlear implant.
Ils sont obligés de porter certains.
They are not able to communicate in sign language.
Ils ne peuvent pas communiquer avec les langues de signes.
And these children become isolated.
Des fois, ils sont isolés.
And they are very sad.
Des fois, ils sont très tristes.
I'm a member of an association. I try as I can to inform the parents.
Je suis membre d'une association.
Stop forcing their children to use a cochlear implant. And in other association, force them to use the cochlear implant because they think it's better for them. Because our government take care of the payment, the buying of the cochlear implant, and also so they give them wrong information about the use of cochlear implant. So deaf children in our country, Tunisia, they are just like robots in Tunisia because of the cochlear implant. So my question is, how can we do to make sure that the children are more happy or happier, especially for these children that got the cochlear implant? Because the deaf children are also always afraid. They are afraid to communicate. They're always isolated. They have the impression that they understand or they hear what is being said, and so they are afraid to communicate using sign language. So my question is, how can we do to make sure that they are happier? Thank you.
That is a very long question and a long story. But the question, which is the most important, is you put at the end, what can we do to help children to be happier? Did I get it right?
That's correct.
That is correct. So, I did quite a lot of research studies in children.
try this one.
Without caring for good communication and about good ideas. That doesn't help.
All right, can you hear me now?
I hear you now, yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. I was saying that I've been the facilitator the whole day, and there are still more questions to come, but I want to ask you this. I've been in deaf education for a long time, and what you said this morning has brought a lot of awareness in my mind, and I am a linguist as well. How are you connected the language to mental health? Amazed me greatly. But I want to use this example from the African continent, that 90% or more than 90% of the deaf kids or people in Africa are deaf without deaf parents. They are from hearing parents, 90% of them. And the causes of deafness, of course, are medical and injuries and all that. Now, they grow at home and the parents can't sign. Yes. So that's related to what you're saying now. But eventually, if they find a school in their country, they go to their school. Their school is a boarding school. And the teachers, over the time, they have used the oral system, and then there is a total communication era, and they have not changed completely to sign language. So this child in a school for the deaf, and from what you're saying, that a friend is the best psychotherapist. So they have each other, but the fact that they don't understand the teachers who should give them the cognitive development, it's a very big misnomer. I mean, there's a very big gap. How can you, what is your comment on bridging this very good psychotherapy that the deaf kids have? Because they learn sign language from each other, not from home, but then they cannot understand the adults. So they don't understand the adults at home, parents, and they don't understand the adults in school, the teachers. What is your advice on this? Thank you.
Thank you very much for getting the point of my message. As you were saying, they learn signing from each other, but most times the
Thank you very much, Dr. Fellinger. I'm really satisfied with your explanation. Now there'll be another question from the floor. Ms. Ackerman.
Good afternoon, Doctor. Thank you for your presentation this morning. It was really interesting. I work at a school for the deaf, and I just want to know, how can those of us sitting here empower ourselves to know how to support deaf children and deaf adults who have mental health issues? Where can we learn how to properly communicate those things, specifically in the deaf context?
Thank you. Thank you, Doc. Another question is coming up.
Okay, we have another question.
Good evening, Doctor. I'm very happy to listen to your presentation this morning, and we learned a lot from your presentation regarding mental health. My name is Anthony, and I'm from Swaziland, from Eswatini. Yes, 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 I remember. Thank you very much. The things that you were teaching us about, for example, the codas, you explained that very clear, the different reasons why codas struggle with mental health. I just feel I would like to know specifically about mental health in Europe. I understand in Europe it's quite researched, but one problem we definitely have in Africa, we don't have any research in that field. So that would definitely be a good idea to use your method of describing how you feel by drawing a picture. You know, perhaps we could use that method in the deaf communities and teach the deaf how to express themselves in Africa specifically. Thank you very much.
Very good idea. We should consider a simple example how to help deaf people express the symptoms and even to use methods which are internationally valid. I did that in Austrian Sign Language with just use international methods to evaluate stress. One has to use African Sign Language, one could do things like that. It is not about research only, it's also about supporting people to get clarity about themselves. A very good idea.
All right, there's another question.
Okay, good afternoon, Doctor. My name is Kebe, I'm from Mauritania. My first question is, what kind of problem the deaf get in the different environment? What kind of problem the deaf has get in the different environment? My second question is, it is possible to teach a deaf child without knowing his feeling? Thank you.
Without knowing
his feelings, his emotion, something like that.
You were addressing a very important point. Whatever we are doing, let's first try to get in touch with the emotion of the people you are talking to. And if you teach a deaf child who is sad, but you just don't pay attention to it, it won't work much. So I think we have to support teachers to react to the child's emotion first, and then we have a common platform to also discuss other things. So it's always important to have a little bit time of joining in. That's very true.
Okay, thanks, Doc. We're going to have one more question. I think time is running out. Artie tells me. Amua?
Okay, hi. My name is Jonathan. Jonathan Michael. And I'm from Ghana. I've been watching your presentation, and there are many countries who have a certain amount of access. But when it comes to mental health specifically, how does one get your support from? Like, where can we get that kind of support? How can we make sure that we have good mental health in our communities? And when you see a mother who is struggling with postpartum depression almost as a deaf person, how do you help them? Thank you.
A very important point. If you see depression, and what is depression? If your mood is constantly down, you have no interest anymore to do things you usually did, and you can't sleep. These 3 points over 2 weeks of time. This needs treatment. So accompany that person, even if you're deaf yourself, to be seen by a medical person. Depression is a common disorder, and even a medical doctor who is not a specific psychiatrist could be able to treat that. If it is not that severe, you just meet that person in at certain times. Ask how is she? Can you support somehow go for a walk? But you know the person doesn't feel right. But ask, tell me how are you? Tell me if it's not that severe. But if it is as severe as I told you at the beginning, you have to look for medical help. But mild depressions occurring all over the places. But behave as a good friend and really take care. That also can help a lot. Because by this the person doesn't feel isolated anymore, which is frequently one of the main problems in depression. So if it is severe, you have to seek for medical help. And you have to know if it is severe, depression is present. You also should be brave and ask the person, did you think not to want to live anymore? You address the problem of suicide. It's not a shame to speak about that, because if you're really depressed, that is something you think anyway. If a person is asking the question, that is even relieving. So you can ask, do you feel you don't want to live any longer? And if the person says, I feel like that, look for medical help. Even if you are a deaf person, accompanying other deaf person, you see that person, the doctor sees that person, you try to explain as good as you can. Of course we have to develop services, of course we have to. But sometimes it's not possible so quickly.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Fellinger. I want to promise you one thing. I know you've had a long day. This question is going to be the last one, and he's promised to make it short. He's not a short man, he's a tall man, but I hope his question is short. And then after him, then we'll say thank you, you've had a long day, and then you can go and rest. So just bear with us for this one short question. Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Dr. Fellinger. I hope you still remember me. Philip Cook from Delabat School.
I have to look at you and I want to see your picture.
Where must I look? I do not have a question. Can you see me? All right, good. We're both grey. I don't have a question. I would like to make 2 comments. In the midst of all of that has been said here today, we must be careful that we do not miss how resilient deaf people are. In my view, I have seen so many deaf people all over Africa, And in South Africa, particularly, where my closest experiences are, coming up with so many creative coping skills, enabling themselves to function in the best possible way without anybody teaching them or training them. For that, I have a deep respect, and I think we need to emphasize that those skills, as has been already suggested, they are entrenched in the deaf community. So when the children and the adults are moving inside those communities, they have access to those resilience. The second thing that I think that is very important, that we need to acknowledge, is that all over the world, and in particular I'm speaking about South African schools, where deaf children go to school, there's an attack on the morality of society. There's an implosion. And there is absolutely no substitute for family life. Where the parents are not present, the children suffer. And the school has become progressively the place where the healing can be given to the children, where the leadership within the schools need to take responsibility to ensure that there is role models that provide understanding of what mental health is. What does a father look like? What does a mother look like? What are they supposed to do? How are they supposed to live? How do you correct behavior that is not proper? And that is only an act of love. And deaf children, they thrive when they experience that. And that even strengthens the resilience. So, in summary, what I'm saying is we need to just keep reminding ourselves how resilient our people are, and that schools are a place where the leadership need to take responsibility, serious responsibility, to make sure that they think creatively and think new about how to cater for the needs of children. Because the children ultimately become the adults. I have a controversial statement to say, children are actually not the problem. It is the adults who are the problem.
All right, that was a comment. I thought you were going to give a rejoinder, but seems not. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's time now to thank Dr. Fellinger. We don't know what words we can use to thank you. You are so patient, you are so knowledgeable. We have kept you over your, after hours, and you're still here smiling and talking to us. The problem you have is that you're too clever, and you've got such a wealth of experience that we would want to draw from until cows come home. But we have to take into consideration that you're human like us, and you get tired. And we want to thank you very much for this. We, however, at DEAFNET, we would want to explore ways and means of how we can collaborate with you in matters research, in matters mental health. And if that, we can get into a formal collaboration, we will be very happy. In that way, we have you for life. So we'd just like you to comment on that, and then we will be done. I'll give it to Ati to say the last word, and then we release you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your kindness and your patience also with all the difficulties in overcoming our distances. But I have deep, deep respect what you are doing here in DEAFNET. It is wonderful how you bring all different even nations together to serve. resilience. It was a wonderful statement. And I think to see the places where we can act. We always have places where we are not sufficient. But if we know a place, like a school, or a kindergarten, or whatever, where we can act, let's do that. And look at the fruits we can bear, which can come from that little garden. And of course, we have to consider ways of doing even basic research. Because research data are a wonderful tool to get services established. I know that. Without research, we couldn't have the services. So if we do simple things, it is much broader than just having an idea of. So we have to speak about these things in details. Thank you so much, and I hope you have a good conference. I read your book, which is great, and I hope you get home very encouraged and stay in touch with each other. Thank you so much.
Okay. I also want to say a few words, Dr. Fellinger. You remember 1995 in Vienna? There we have met, and from that time we have done many things together, and it is such a wonderful privilege for us to be in this way together again. And I really hope that we can work together also as far as DEAFNET are concerned. Because we really want also to equip our leaders that's here tonight with the skills and with the passion and with the attitude to really start making of the deaf community a healing community, a therapeutic community. And thank you for your contribution this morning and also tonight. And please say to Barbara our apologies for holding you so long here in this meeting, and greetings to your children, your family. Hey. No, I think we can give you off tonight. Johannes, thank you very much. It was wonderful to have you here, and we will stay in contact and we discuss the way forward. Thank you very much.
Also know how the results of the conference are. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you. Okay.
What a day. What a day. Oh. You know, if you had a day like this every day, life can become very comfortable. And you see, when life is comfortable in your profession, then you go home like we are going home now. I mean, home as in your rooms, feeling that you have had a day that is full of food for thought. But deafness is also feeding as well. So we have food for thought in our stomach. Look at mine. It is not very small because I am feeding well. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a very good audience. You've made my work very easy. I have tried not to show that I'm tired. I've tried not to show my anger when you don't keep time. I've negotiated with you, and we forgave each other, and we're still friends at the end of the day. I want to thank the interpreters People, you are a wonderful people. You are a wonderful people. You have made communication today, and I hope, days to come, very comfortable, very easy. And when there was a complaint of not understanding, we sorted it out. And after we sorted out that slight problem, we have had a smooth day. I want to thank you very much from the bottom of my heart. And when I say interpreters, I'm not forgetting my colleague in the booth. We know you've been sometimes just working alone, and my heart goes out to you. My heart goes out to you. Thank you very much, my friend, and may God bless you abundantly. I've only done this today. Tomorrow, I'm sitting back and listening. But just be as attentive as you have been today, because tomorrow is the second last day, and you'll be going back home. And in these 3 days or 4 days, you're going home very knowledgeable people, because you've attended a conference organized by DEAFNET Center of Knowledge. Good night, everybody, and I love you very much.